So, Boker Tov, everyone, or should I say, bienvenue à Montreal, if we were really there. I'm Marilyn Cohen, president of the International Northeast Region of Women's League for Conservative Judaism, better known as INR. And it's my pleasure to welcome you all and thank you for attending our spring conference today. Our Montreal hosts are Linda Shochet of Sher Zion Bethel Sisterhood and Carol Burke of Shaarei Tzedek, who is also our wonderful co-chair, conference chair. Carol, along with her dedicated conference committee, have worked tirelessly to make this conference an unforgettable experience for you all. Thank you to Carol, her committee, all the presenters, as well as those who work behind the scenes, like our technical wizard, Mark Odian, and Joan Lowenstein, our graphic genius, and a special thanks to our Women's League consultant, Deborah Green, who offered invaluable help throughout the planning stages. Before we get started, I'd like to go over some, as we call it, Zoom etiquette. First, please make sure your own first and last name is displayed on your Zoom photo. You can do this by clicking on the 3 dots at the top right corner of your photo, and then click on the rename option, type in your name, and then choose change. We request your name because we need it for security reasons and in order to identify speakers during our sessions. Please stay muted unless you are speaking during a discussion or the service, the Shacharit program, and be sure to remute yourself once you are done speaking. Even though muted, we do encourage you to sing along, especially during Shacharit or other musical sessions. We would prefer to see all your lovely faces, but feel free to turn off your camera should you feel the need for a break of any kind. The chat will be disabled until the final portion of those relevant sessions that have planned for a Q&A, unless we tell you about it. And if that's not possible, so please, if you want to answer something during the Q&A, you can push the reactions button at the bottom. You can push a raise hand, or just pick up your hand and we'll try to find you. If you're having any technical difficulties, please contact Toby Mazer. And Toby, you can put your name and phone number in the chat, but it was also sent with the link to this session. So you can call Toby if you have technical. Is that okay? Yeah. So to start off this morning, I'm delighted. Does Debbie Kainer-Goldich here? She's not here yet? I don't see her. So Debbie Kainer-Goldich is our International Women's League president, but she was supposed to speak at this moment. But since she's not here, I'll bring her in as soon as she comes in. So then that's why we're going to start. And our co-hosts today, Linda Shochet and Carol Burke, will be introducing and thanking each of the different aspects of the conference. So you can take it away, ladies.
Hey, I'm going to say good morning. I know, Carol, do you want to say good morning as well? I think we do wish we could welcome you here in Montreal in person, but perhaps another year. For now, this is the one it is. Carol, do you want to say good morning as well?
Yes, good morning, everybody. You may not wish you're here this afternoon. It's supposed to be thundering. We're praying. I'm looking forward to this conference, and I want everyone to have a wonderful day.
Okay, and I would like to turn the floor over to Marla Allentoff, our ritual chair, who's going to lead us in the Shacharit service this morning. Marla, over to you.
Thank you. Shalom, Boker Tov. So Marilyn Cohen, International Northeast Region President, and I'm the ritual chair, together have created a unique, abridged Shacharit service, including meaningful, powerful, and spiritual English readings, interspersed with a few of the traditional Shacharit Hebrew prayers. We hope it will be meaningful to you. Thank you.
We're going to have to put up the Shacharit service as a PowerPoint, and Toby Mazer is going to do that. Can't hear you, Toby.
I thought Mark was going to do it.
No.
Did I get it?
Oh dear.
I didn't get it. I just have the
Okay, I have
order.
it. We'll put the word. I'm going to try it.
I can share screen. Okay, because I can share screen.
Mark, I'm going to have to do it. This is not letting me. I'm sorry about this.
I just spoke to Mark. He's trying to get it put together. Not put together, trying to get it to do what we want it to do. But we've received this. People should, maybe we could start anyway because people have it.
I also just forwarded it to Toby.
Sorry, it's not letting me share my. Hold on.
We try so hard to do all these things and then it doesn't work. It's really so frustrating. Did you get it?
Well, who has to start? Maybe that person could start.
Marla, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'll start. I do have the presentation though, if you want me to try share screen.
No,
And I just got it.
I see
So
it. I see it.
A morning prayer. There are so many things I take for granted. May I not ignore them today. Just for today, help me, God, to remember that my health is a blessing, that this new day is filled with awesome potential, that I have the capacity to bring something wholly new and unique and good into this world. Just for today, help me, God, to remember to be kind and patient to the people who love me and to those who work with me too. Teach me to see all the beauty that I so often ignore and to listen to the silent longing of my own soul. Just for today, help me, God, to remember you. Let this be a good day, God, full of joy and love.
Please answer Amen after each of the lines. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lasech bibina, להבחין בין יום ובין לילה.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, שעשני בצלמו.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, שעשני Yisrael.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, שעשני בת חורין.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, פוקח עברים.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, malbish arumim.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, matir asurim.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, zokef kefufim.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, roka haaretz al hamayim.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam she'asa li kol tzarki.
Amen.
Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamechin mitzadei gaver.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam ozer Yisrael bigvura.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam oter Yisrael b'tif'ara.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hanotein la ya'ev koach.
Amen.
I am thankful for this beautiful light which illuminates my soul. I am thankful for the divinity which makes up my very being. There is God within me. Do not forget to treat that with respect. I am thankful for being connected to my history, my community, and my home. I am a grounded being. I am thankful for all my freedom. I still have a duty to social action. I am thankful for awareness and the beauty of the material world. I am thankful for a beautiful, functional body. I am able to express myself. I am thankful for inner calm. Identify what is giving you tension. Breathe deep to let it go. I am thankful for faith that I carry in my heart. I will rise from within. I am thankful for my connection to the physical world and my connection to the powerful unknown. I am thankful for privilege. In this life, I have the tools to accomplish anything. I am thankful for the ability to be intentional. I am thankful for history, which lives inside me, and for such a rich education. I am thankful for feeling the presence of energy. Bring energy, be energy. I am thankful for this time I have had to be more aware, mindful, and happy.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah el bekacho. Hallelujah bikia uzo. Hallelujah bigvuratav. Hallelujah karov gudlo. Hallelujah beteka shofar. Hallelujah begevel vechinor. Hallelujah betof umachol. Hallelujah biminim veugav. Hallelujah, hallelujah, betzil chale shama. Hallelujah, hallelujah, betzil chale trua. Kol anshama te hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Kol anshama te hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah.
Baruch hu et Adonai hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Hamrach, V'lam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai hamvorach leolam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Yotzer or uvorei choshech. Oseh shalom uvorei et hakol.
Amen.
We are so thankful. We bend our knees and bow, made humble by this opportunity to say thanks to all that has brought us to this place and to each other. We give thanks for whatever love and kindness we have received and for the love and kindness we have given. We give thanks to those who have forgiven us and to those who have asked us for forgiveness. We give thanks that we survived the last 7 days and for the exciting hope for the coming week. There is so much to learn and feel and love and change. We give thanks for all our questions, and we give thanks for our teachers and elders who have given us answers. May we never take them for granted. This place is so beautiful. Blessed Hamakom, we bend our knees and bow. We give thanks.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. V'yahavta et Adonai Elohecha, b'chol levavcha, u'v'chol nafshecha, u'v'chol me'odecha, v'hayu hadvorim ha'eleh Asher Anochi Mitzavacha Hayom Alevavecha Vishinantam Levanecha V'dibarta bam V'shiftecha B'veitecha Uvlechtecha V'aderech Uvshachbecha Uvkumecha Uvshartam Liot Al Yadecha V'hayulatotafot Beinenecha Usavtam al mezuzot beitecha uvish arecha. God, the concept of loving you, I am going to try, God, with all my heart, soul, and energy. I would like to become more connected to this idea, not just at synagogue, but at home, not just for me, but to speak of it openly with my children. Not just on special occasions, but daily. And God, when I see the mezuzah on my door, whose scroll contains these concepts, I will remember that my home is an oasis of spirituality and God awareness. Thank you, God, for the gift of loving you.
Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu Elohei Avoteinu, Elohei Abraham, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Yaakov, Elohei Sarah, Elohei Rivka, Elohei Rachel, Elohei Leah, Ha'el Hagadol, Hagibor v'Hanora, El Elyon, Gomel Chasadim Tovim, V'konei Hakol, V'zocher Chasdei Avot, Umevi goel lifnei v'neihem leman shemo b'yahava melech ozer ufoked umoshia umagin Baruch atah Adonai magin Avraham ufoked Sarah atah gibor leolam Adonai mechayei meitim atah rav lehoshia Yichachel chayim b'chesed V'chayei meitim b'rachamim rabim, somech noflim v'rofei cholim, umatir asurim, umkayem emunato l'shenei afar, mi chamocha ba'al givarot, umido melach, melech memit, umechaye umatzmiach Yeshua, v'ne'eman ata lahachayot meitim, Baruch atah Adonai, mechayei ha-meitim. Nikadesh et shimcha ba'olam, kishim shemakdishim oto b'shmei marom, kakatuv al yad nevi'echa, v'charaze el ze v'yamar.
Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tzavot, melech haaretz kavodo.
Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tzavaot, melech haaretz kavodo, le'umatam baruch yomeru.
Baruch kavod Adonai mimkomo.
Baruch kavod Adonai mimkomo, u'divrei kadecha katuv le'mor.
Yimloch Adonai le'olam Elohai Zion, le'dor vador, hallelujah.
Yimloch Adonai le'olam, Elohai Zion, le'dor vador, hallelujah. Le'dor vador nagid gadlecha, u'lenetzach netzachim kedushatecha nagdish, v'shivchacha Eloheinu, mipinu lo yamush le'olam va'ed, ki el melech gadol v'kadosh ata, Baruch atah Adonai, ha'el hakadosh.
Democrats think this 24.
Next slide, please.
For service, God of our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, God of our mothers, Sarah, Rebecca, Leah, and Rachel, open our hearts to serve others with joy and thanksgiving. Remove ego, judgment, and self-will, so that we are present with kindness and understanding. Make us tools of your hand, an echo of your voice, and a shining lamp of your love. Grant us the wisdom to offer ourselves willingly without fear. Fill us with compassion and grace, vitality and endurance, so that our service becomes a blessing in heaven and on earth.
We are going to take a moment now to think about all those in our hearts who may be in need of healing, whether physically or emotionally. Although muted, please sing the Misha Berach prayer with me. I'll pause between the two verses to give you time to recite to yourself the names of those you are thinking about. Misha Berach Avotenu Mekor HaBracha Limotenu. May the source of strength, who bless the ones before us, help us find the courage to make our lives a blessing, and let us say Amen. Misha Berach Imotenu Mekor HaBracha Le'avotenu. Bless those in need of healing with refuah shlema, the renewal of body, the renewal of spirit, and let us say Amen. May God hear our prayers for a speedy return to good health for all those in need of healing.
Open my eyes, God. Help me to perceive what I have ignored, to uncover what I have forsaken, to find what I have been searching for. Remind me that I don't have to journey far to discover something new, for miracles surround me, blessings and holiness abound, and you are near. Amen.
Your nation, God, is lucky to be Jewish. I will praise you daily. You are so great, God, that truly I couldn't fathom you if I tried. You are not just praised in one generation, but you are praised in each generation. People have always praised your glory and miracles. They have praised you, and I too will tell stories of the small miracles that happened to me in my life. People have always remembered the past kindnesses you have done, and those memories make them so happy. God, you are kind and compassionate. You are patient with us when we fail our challenges. God, you are good to all humans, animals, and plant life. All your creations praise you. Animals praise you in their own language. Even the sounds of the waves crashing and the breeze blowing are a form of praise to you. The people, animals, and the earth itself are singing songs of your majesty and greatness. They want to let the whole world know of your greatness and honor. Your majesty, God, is an eternal one. Magnified and sanctified be the great name of God in the world created according to the divine will. May God's sovereignty soon be established in our lifetime and that of the entire house of Israel, and let us say, Amen. May God's great name be praised to all eternity. Hallowed and honored, extolled and exalted, adored and acclaimed be the name of the Blessed Holy One, whose glory is above all the praises, hymns, and songs of adoration which human beings can utter. And let us say, Amen. May the prayers and pleas of the whole house of Israel be accepted by the universal parent of us all, and let us say, Amen.
Amen.
May God grant abundant peace and life to us and to all Israel, and let us say, Amen.
Amen.
May God, who ordains harmony in the universe, grant peace to us and to all Israel, and let us say, Amen.
עלינו לשבח לדון הכל, לתת גדולה ליוצר בראשית, שלא עשנו כגויי הארצות, ולא שמנו כמשפחות אדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם, וגורלנו ככל המונה. אנחנו קוראים ומשפט אבים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא. והוא נושא בארץ. אוקיי, נפתח. ככתוב בתורתך, אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד, ונאמר בחי אדוני למלך על כל הארץ. ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד, ושמו אחד.
For all those in mourning or observing your sight, please join me in the recitation of the Kaddish.
And you can unmute.
Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemei rabah, be'alma divrach hirutei v'yamlich malchutei, v'chayeichon v'yomeichon v'chayei d'chol Beit Yisrael, ba'agala u'bizman kari v'imru, amen. Yehi shmei rabah mavarach le'olam u'lamei olmaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh, v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shemei d'kudusha b'richu. Le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata, tush b'chata v'nechamata, damiran be'alma v'imru, amen.
Amen.
Yehi shlam rabba min shemayav, v'chaim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael, v'imru, amen. Oseh shalom b'imromav, hu ya'aseh shalom, aleinu v'al kol Yisrael, v'imru, amen.
Amen.
The earth is the Lord's and all that it holds, the world and its inhabitants. God founded it upon the oceans and set it firm upon flowing waters. Who may ascend the mountain of the Lord? Who may stand in God's holy place? One who has clean hands and a pure heart, who has not taken God's name in vain. She will receive a blessing from the Lord, a just reward from God. Such is the generation of those who turn to God and who seek God's presence.
Sisterhood is more than one. It is one community of women joining with another. But I too am more than one, more than a link between that which was and that which is yet to be, a bridge between the generations. I am this generation, I am now. I walk that bridge, trying to balance the many pulls upon my life. I am a woman, a person, an individual. I am a member of a family, a daughter, sister, wife, mother, grandmother. I am a citizen of a community and of a country. I am a part of a people and of a country. I am part of a people and a world. They all have need of me and I of them. I need the strength of my faith, the guidance of its teachings to help fulfill these responsibilities. I too need nurturing, to feel that I am growing, attaining, that my life has a purpose beyond the here and now, that I can find meaning in life. By doing that which has meaning beyond life, all this I need for myself, but seek it in the company of others, women who share my faith, understand my obligations, appreciate my needs. I see and find within the special bonding that is sisterhood.
Oseh Shalom Bibromav, Hu Yaseh Shalom Aleinu, V'yal Kol Yisrael, V'imru, Imru, Amen. Yaseh Shalom, Yaseh Shalom, Shalom Aleinu, V'yal Kol Yisrael, Yaseh Shalom, Yaseh Shalom, Shalom Aleinu, V'yal Kol Yisrael. I want to say thank you for everyone. Thank you for participating. Special thanks to Marilyn Cohn. Thank you for participating all in our Shachari Tefillah program. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
So I want to say thank you to you, Marla, as a ritual chair of our region board for organizing this Shacharit service. And thanks to all of the participants who so willingly agreed to be part of this endeavor. Carol Burke, Corrine Hammerschlag, Deborah Green, Dorothy Tonchin, Joan Lowenstein, Rusty Zackheim, Toby Mazer, and our three Lindas, Linda Boxer, Linda Kimmelman, and Linda Scheuer. We truly appreciate your support and participation. So now Debbie is with us now, and I'd like to introduce her. Debbie Kainer Goldich was born in Boston and moved to Philadelphia shortly after college graduation. She practiced as a pediatric nurse for 35 years before retiring. Like many of us, her Jewish community involvement started in USY, like me too, followed by umpteen positions in Women's League for Conservative Judaism, where she served as International Vice President, International Torah Fund Chair, Consultant, Convention Chair, among many other positions, and now is our Women's League International President. In that capacity, she also serves on many other boards, like the Jewish Theological Seminary, Neve Hannah, Merkaz USA, the Conference of Presidents of Major American Organizations, and the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies. Debbie shares her time between Pennsylvania and Arizona and is an active member of a synagogue on each coast. She and her husband, Bob, have 3 sons, 2 daughters-in-law, and 2 grandchildren. We are so honored that you could be with us this morning to bring greetings from Women's League. Please welcome Debbie Kainer Goldich. Debbie.
Thank you, Marilyn. As many of you know, I'm not in the correct place in your conference this morning. I live outside Philadelphia and we had a terrible storm and I lost internet. So I am actually sitting in my car on my cell phone in a rainstorm because I wanted to be with you this morning. So shalom friends and Shavua Tov. It always gives me great pleasure to spend quality time with my international Northeast region sisters. I've been with you so many times. It's wonderful to have so many friends in your region. This morning, I want to update you on a few items. First, on June 1st, this Monday, Women's League is moving our international office from the Upper West Side of New York City to downtown, Lower Midtown, near 37th Street and 8th Avenue. We look forward to sharing space with 6 other Jewish organizations and being very close to Penn Station and many kosher restaurants. You can find our new address and telephone number in the Women's League Week newsletter. The telephone number will be the same, but just a different area code. So speaking of Women's League Week, if you do not receive it, please put your name and email in the chat. And I'm unable to see that today, but Marilyn and Toby can help and get you subscribed to Women's League Week. The newsletter is filled with opportunities for learning and engagement, and all international programs listed in the newsletter are free of charge to all our members. The programs that are listed from the other region and sisterhood affiliates all over North America are available to you also, and some have a charge, but most are also free. To let you know, we are planning an in-person convention, July 16th through 19th, 2023 in Schaumburg, Illinois. We hope you will plan to join us. We will be paying a great deal of attention to health and safety at that convention. And just to let you know, we hope that it will be hybrid. It will be offered on Zoom as well as in person. But to let you know, anyone who attends on Zoom will be paying a registration fee. Lastly, I want to share with you that next Wednesday, this coming Wednesday at 8:15 East Coast time, we are holding an open meeting for all members of Women's League. And the purpose of the meeting is to vote to approve the updated international bylaws, which have not been updated since 2005. Again, these bylaws must be approved by the general membership, not the board of directors and not the executive committee, but every one of you. Please read the updated bylaws on Women's League Week and register so that you can come on to the Zoom call at 8:15 Wednesday to vote. The meeting will not be long, and we need a quorum of members from all our regions. Take advantage of your membership and make a difference in Women's League by casting your vote. Each vote counts. So thank you again for inviting me today to spend a few minutes with you and updating you on Women's League news. I want to congratulate Marilyn Cohen on a great year as region president. I wish your administration continued success, and I look forward to being with you together, biyachad, in person next year. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us, Debbie. I know you have a very important event that you're traveling to. And so we just wanted to say Toda Rabah for speaking this morning and for all that you do to make Women's League such an incredible organization. See you
and
soon.
You too, Marilyn, and
Drive
you too.
safely. Okay, shalom. From here on, our co-host Sisterhood Presidents Linda Shoret and Carol Burke will be introducing each aspect of the conference, so take it away again.
Can I start? Am I ready? Is he ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Carol, that's your cue.
Okay, thank you. 21 years ago, imagine my delight when the new rabbi who came turned out to be the grandson of the rabbi down the road from where I was a little girl. But that's not his only claim to fame. Rabbi Bright has been a moving and important force both in our synagogue and also in the rest of the city of Montreal. He wanted to be with you. I'm not going to go through his whole biography because you can read it, but he's had quite an interesting life in Canada, in England, in the United States, now in Canada, also with a little time spent with the United States Air Force as a chaplain. At the moment, he wanted to be with us in person, but he's in Newfoundland, and to be very truthful, Wi-Fi is iffy. So at that point, we asked him to please record his Devar Torah, and it gives me enormous pleasure to introduce our rabbi, Rabbi Alan W. Bright. I hope.
For those of you who do not know me, I am Rabbi Alan Bright of the Shaarei Tzedek congregation in Montreal, and I feel extremely honored to have been asked to present a short Devar Torah to you today at this, the opening of your conference. When the title of the conference was proposed to me, I was thinking, what message could I connect the conference and the Women's League of Conservative Judaism with that would make sense? And it suddenly came to me that there is a blessing that we say once a month. It is called Kiddush Levana, the blessing at the time of the moon, in which we praise God for renewing the moon. Now, this bracha is a very unusual one because, as our sages argue, it is the nature of the moon to wax and wane. So there's no possible disaster that we might need to beg God's protection from. One of the keys to the popularity of this blessing is that the sages identify the people Israel with the moon. The blessing says as follows: and to the moon, God said that it should renew itself as a crown of beauty for those God carried from the womb, as they are destined to be renewed like it. Now, This imagery of renewal is mentioned often in our commentaries, usually as a metaphor for the waxing and waning of oppression. But there is also a strain of commentary that focuses on an idea that is consonant with the theme of the conference, Yishuv Ha'olam, the sustaining of the world. Now, the Talmud asks how long we have for the blessing to be said, because it can only be said within a very short period of time. And the answer they give, Ad shetitmalei pegimata, which means until the floor, F-L-A-W, the floor of the moon is filled, until the floor is fixed. Just as we are here to set ourselves to caring for the world and fixing its flaws. Now, in the Sefer HaChinuch, which is a 13th century Spanish work, listing the 613 commandments and explaining the reasons behind them, the anonymous author explains the purpose of Yishuv Ha'olam. Yishuv Ha'olam is established by delivering the weak from the hand of the powerful. The Torah says, God seeks the pursued, which means that the pursued seeks God and pleads with God. Therefore, God is the one that commands us to help them. Now, the early 18th century Rabbi Pinchas ben David Sosius expanded on this thought in his work called Pardes HaMelech, adding that the purpose of creation was for the sake of the human being to have free choice in order for him to be punished or rewarded. Now, God forbid, I want to say that this is not punishment from God's perspective, but from the human perspective. The human perspective of fixing the world and settling it. In other words, tikkun ha'olam ve'yishuvo. For the righteous are restoring the world through their actions, and the wicked are destroying it and turning it back into chaos and into void, just like we're seeing today in the world around us. And thus what they're doing is limiting the divine flow of abundance. So how does that connect with the conference? Well, you are here to not only celebrate the achievements of the Women's League of Conservative Judaism, but to strengthen yourselves for the work ahead and recognizing the continuing work of partnering with God in creation by fixing the brokenness that is so evident to all of us. The members of the Women's League of Conservative Judaism have been emphasizing women's roles not only in education and leadership since it began in 1918, it's over 100 years ago, but also in service, both to the Jewish people and to all those who are in need. Now, over the years, as opportunities for women expanded, the Women's League led with innovative ways to reach out and continue to offer education, service, as part of the core values of both Judaism and the conservative movement. Now today, we are approximately 7 days after Shavuot. We are technically still within the period of the blessing of Kiddush Levana. The mystical work of the Zohar suggests that the moon symbolizes Malchut, which is royalty, and Halakha, Jewish law. Because rather than creating its own light, it gathers and reflects the light out of God into the world. And with the theme of Yishuv Ha'olam, you too stand together to find new ideas to gather and reflect the light of God into the world. by caring for the land and supporting those who are in need so that they can come to support themselves. The Women's League of Conservative Judaism has a long history of supporting communities and the people that live, work, and reside in them to strengthen them and enable its weakest members to eventually sustain themselves. And thus today, as you begin your conference, there will be many opportunities to learn how you, as conservative Jews, can find new ways to strengthen our communities and to reach out beyond. Today, the Women's League of Conservative Judaism continues to renew itself, just like the moon, like the Jewish people itself. And as our sages described us, ever-changing, but always remaining faithful in our cycles. And thus, I wish you Hatzlacha Rabbah, much success in all your endeavors.
I will send an email thanking Rabbi Bright in your name for this most inspiring address and something that we can all think about for the rest of the day. Thank you, Rabbi Bright.
I'm going to ask if we can all stand for the singing of three national anthems. Dorothy Tonchin is going to sing the Canadian national anthem. Marla Allentoff will sing the American national anthem, and Adele Weinstein will share the Israeli national anthem. Over to you, ladies.
Sing along, though muted.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, through patriot love, in all of us command. Cordon bras et portez les paix, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Kolot baleva penima nefesh Yehudi omia Udvate Misra Kadima Ein Letzion Sophia O lo after tikvatenu Hatikva ba shnotapayim Liotam hoshit be'artzenu Eretz Sion Yerushalayim Liotam hoshit be'artzenu Eretz Sion Yerushalayim.
Ladies, to quote Queen Elizabeth, as there are meetings, so there have to be partings. And so we have to remember the women who were in our communities, in our sisterhoods, who are no longer with us. And for this, I'm going to invite Trudy Sassoon to conduct the in memoriam part of the service.
We remember with love those of our sisters who have gone to their eternal rest. Though they are no longer with us, we are grateful for the blessings they brought and were to us. We are sustained and comforted by the thought that the goodness they brought into our lives remains an enduring blessing for all generations.
Thank you very much, Trudy, for this kind service.
Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce Rabbi Nina Carton. Once again, I am not going to go through a bio because her bio is available to you, but I am going to say that she's going to deepen our understanding of the theme of today's conference, Yishuv Ha'olam, sustain our world and sustain ourselves, and that we actually drew the theme from a piece of writing that Rabbi Carton produced a few months ago. So we look forward to this address and to setting the tone for the rest of the day, building on what the rabbi started a few moments ago. Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Women's League, for inviting me. It's a delight to be back with you. And it's interesting that this section follows the in memoriam. It just reminds us of the fleeting nature of our lives and the important work that we have to do, and that we can't waste a moment to take care of ourselves, to take care of our families, our organizations, and of course, the world that gives us all the blessings that we need to be able to thrive and to live. So I'm just delighted to have this opportunity to be with you. I'm delighted that you took on the theme of Yishuv HaOlam. I'm not sure if I would be saying anything wrong if I said, even up to a few years ago, none of us heard of the mitzvah of Yishuv HaOlam. I will admit that I didn't hear of the mitzvah of Yishuv HaOlam until a few years ago. And that is when my husband, Avram Reisner, who is a rabbi on the Committee on Jewish Law and Standards, came home and said, you know what, the Committee on Jewish Law and Standards is looking for someone to write a tshuva, an authoritative legal paper for the conservative movement on the concept of sustainability and the ethics and morality of sustainability from a Jewish perspective. And I have been in the field of sustainability for over 15 years now. So he said, well, maybe we could write this together. He is a much more of a halachic scholar than I am. And I am much more of an environmental, engaged person than he is. And so we thought together it would be a great team. So in 2019, he and I wrote a paper, a tshuva, for the law committee, the Committee on Jewish Law and Standards, on sustainability. And we presented it to them. And I'll say two things about that, because that sets up what we're going to be talking about now with Yishuv HaOlam. The first of all, the bottom line, December of 2019, the law committee of the Committee on Jewish Law and Standards of the conservative movement unanimously voted to support and endorse and pass our tshuva. Now, I don't have to tell a group of women from Women's League how hard it is to get a bunch of rabbis to do anything unanimously. So that this tshuva was passed unanimously meant that we were engaging in the subject that was critical and engaging in it in a proper way. And the way that we engaged it is somewhat different than what we started at. And I know that Corinne is going to, who's been very engaged in sustainability, is going to be speaking later on today about some of the specifics of how we can engage in sustainable actions. So, but one of the things that my husband and I figured out that we had to do was like, how do we approach the topic of sustainability in one tshuva? Sustainability is so large, it touches on every aspect of our lives, right? And how do we talk about it? Do we talk about energy or transportation or waste or food or water or land or transportation? Where do we start? And we thought if we focused on the individual elements that lead collectively to a sustainable life, the paper would be an encyclopedia. So what we tried to do was actually to fill a gap that we thought existed in the conservative movement. And that is to identify the fundamental halachic underpinnings, the legal and ethical foundation that could guide the work of sustainability from a Jewish perspective. And we thought that there was a gap. We didn't see that easily accessible answer. Oh, what is the Jewish approach to sustainability? We didn't see that so clearly in the literature that we were reading. We were reading about literature about do not destroy and energy consumption, but that global foundation that hits you in the gut that says we have to do this from a Jewish imperative, an ethical and legal imperative. We didn't see that, so we went looking for that. And the other reason we didn't want to be too specific in the work that we did was because the specificity of living sustainably is absolutely dependent on individual circumstances. That is, you have to be living in a place that does community composting for you to be able to do composting. It made no sense for us to say you should do composting if you can't do it. Or like in my community, where it is in fact illegal to have your own compost in your backyard because the community is afraid, the city and counties are afraid that it will attract vermin and rodents of all sorts. It made no sense for us to say you have to use an electric car when you might not be able to afford an electric car. You might not even have cars. You might be living in a city. So the specificity of the tshuva was not what we were after. We were after that fundamental underpinning that would guide communities, guide synagogues, guide rabbis, guide Women's League chapters to undertake an assessment of how they can best live out this fundamental imperative of Jewish sustainability in their own way, given the specific circumstances that they were living in. So we went looking for this underpinning, and we found it in this concept of Yishuv Ha'olam. And once you started looking for Yishuv Ha'olam, you know how it is when you hear a new word or you hear a new concept, which you say, oh, I never heard that before, I never saw that before, and then you turn around and you bump into it wherever you go. Well, that's sort of what we discovered, that once we sort of unearthed this concept of Yishuv Ha'olam, it was not only everywhere, it was foundational. And we know that people have heard about Tikkun Ha'olam, the 60s and 70s urge to for the Jewish community to engage in social justice, civil rights, gave rise to the emergence in the more popular mind of at least American Jews, this concept of Tikkun Olam. And what's fascinating about Judaism is, as Ben Bagbag said from Pirkei Avot, it's really true, turn it and everything is in it. So what's amazing about Judaism is that when a particular urgency arises and you turn to the text, you will most likely find guidance that you need. If that urgency, if that question is not there, you're not going to be looking for the answer. But when you've got that question, the answer is there. And so once we brought that question of what is the fundamental underpinning of sustainability from a Jewish perspective to the fore, we found the answer. So let me share with you. Let me go back to sharing. I can share, right? Screen share. Yep. So wait a minute. Why is it not bringing up?
Are you a co-host?
I should be a co-host. So it says one advanced sharing options. All right, guys, I've shared dozens and dozens of times. Tell me why. And when I click on screen share now, it's not bringing up my screen that I can share. All right, I guess we're just going to have to. All right, I'll just talk and you'll just have to look at me, and maybe I can copy my texts and bring them put them in the chat.
Can you email it to Mark and then he can do it? Or
yeah, sure. Why don't we do that? All right. Tell me who I should be sending it to.
Mark? Oh, he can't talk.
I can't hear. Say that again.
Rabbi, mail it to me. Okay. T. Maser, M-A-S-E-R.
Gotcha.
At WLCJ.org.
Just did. Okay, super. So when you get it, let me know. In the meantime, I will start. So the task today is for us to describe the problem. What is the question that we're trying to address? Focus on Jewish approach to creation and being. What does Judaism say about this magnificence of creation and being? What is our relationship to creation, and how are we to respond? To set the foundation, I think we all understand, which is why Women's League has chosen this theme this year during the Shemitah year, right? During the 7th year of the sabbatical year. At this time, as Rabbi Bright said, in the window that we would say Kiddush Halavana, blessing the moon, Judaism and all of us understand the magic and mystery and awe of the world in which we live. We don't know if there is life anywhere else in the universe. What we do know is that this life is so precious. And while it's so grand, it is also so fragile. And what we have been able to do, those of us who are over a certain age, what we've been able to witness in our lives is both amazing about technology and advancement and progress, and horrifying, because I don't think any of us anticipated when we were 5 or 10 or 15 that we would see in the span of a few decades of our life the decline of the health and the vibrancy of nature, I don't know about you. One of the things that I've noticed over the last 10 years alone is the decline, for example, of lightning bugs or fireflies, whatever you call them in your community. I mean, we can witness in our own times the decline, the extinction of nature, and that's just been horrifying. So what is the nature of the problem? We know that CO2 emissions are increasing. There's the Keeling curve, right, where we know that we have exceeded the recent historical emissions of CO2 and carbon dioxide, so that we are in fact creating climate change in a way that has been not seen during the time that humanity and civilization has existed over the past 10,000 years, and is exceeding to such a degree that our scientists no longer can say we can predict what will happen. We are falling off the cliff because of the emissions, the CO2 and greenhouse gas emissions that we are creating. We know that it is creating species extinction, that our development, our land use, our expansion, in addition to the pollution and the CO2 emissions, we are seeing species extinction in a way that we have not seen it in millions and millions of years.
I've got your PowerPoint.
You've got it? Okay,
Yes.
you want to bring it up? Super, so we're on the third slide. Right, so we're seeing, can you make it a little bit bigger? I'm having difficulty. Yeah, great. Because there will be text that I want people to be able to read. We're seeing extreme weather events, flooding, even sunny day flooding. The water hydrological systems are all being kicked out of whack. We're seeing plastic pollution and other pollution. I'm sure many of you are sensitive to that. And I know Corinne is especially sensitive to that because of the ocean pollution with that plastics are providing. We are just consuming ever so much more than we should be consuming, and in a way that does not allow for the earth to reabsorb it. Extreme heat. I don't know if many of us are aware of the fact that heat is the greatest killer of weather events of all. So that heat, when you don't have access to appropriate cooling, and so many people around the world do not have access to air conditioning or appropriate cooling, you succumb to heat stroke and death. Heat kills more than hurricanes and cyclones and flooding, around the world. And then, of course, all these horrible fires that we've been seeing recently. So we know that there is an enormous problem out there. And one more slide, and next slide. And we know that in large part, the problem is due to us, due to human behavior. Now, this might seem like it's all understandable and accepted set science to many of us, but go to the next slide. I was just driving through Pennsylvania this past week, and I saw this sign. Just saw this sign like 4 days ago. Sleep well, there's no climate crisis. And if you go to this website, it will marshal all of this information about why there is no climate crisis. So the fact is that we still have to fight to preserve this earth, not just on a behavioral and scientific and technological and political basis, but on the basis of people speaking falsehoods about an existential crisis that will affect every element of life on this earth now and for generations to come. So we can't be silent, we have to be engaged, and I'm thrilled that Women's League has determined to be engaged. Okay, so what does Judaism have to say? What does it say about creation and being? Start at the very beginning, right? Bereshit, Genesis chapter 1. After 6 days of creation, creating light and water and dry land and animals and vegetation and human beings and the sun and the stars and the moon, God looks out, Torah tells us, looks out at all creation and doesn't just say it is good, but says it is very good, which is to say what? That Judaism tells us that God desires creation. Creation is not an accident. Creation is an intentionally given entity. Creation is desired by God God chooses to have creation. God chooses to have us all in creation, each and every step of creation. Each and every step of creation was determined to be good. Each and every step of creation was determined to be desirable, and all together in an interwoven, interacting, interdependent whole, it was considered to be very good. We need all of the elements of creation to be very good. So creation is desired, and creation must be seen as interdependent and interrelating. No one element of creation can survive without the other elements of creation as well. And God established the earth on its foundations so that it shall never falter. That's from Psalm 104, the great psalm that celebrates creation. It's kind of like a poetic version of Genesis 1. So creation was just not made at that time for that moment in that week. Creation was made solidly on its foundations with the regenerative capacity to bring life after it as well, so that it should continue, and so it shall never falter. The devastation that we're doing to the earth right now is contrary to Genesis 1, contrary to Psalm 104. We need to make sure that this magnificent jewel of creation that has been desired and designed to be interdependent and enduring remains interdependent and enduring. Okay, next slide. And Abravanel, 15th century, writes about the commandment that you shall not take a bird, a mother bird, and an egg and a baby bird at the same time. And he writes about why that is so. His bottom line, that we should not destroy two generations in one swoop, is to say it's not just about the birds. He says that is an element that teaches us substantially, fundamentally, that God chooses existence to exist. It's almost a tautology. Existence should continue to exist. Why do we have creation? We have creation because God desires it. Why does it continue to exist? Because that is the nature of life. Being should bring forth being. Life is in and of itself self-justifying. There is no other reason to have to justify life. That's it. That's bedrock. Existence should continue to exist. So the mitzvot that we do should all lead to the continuation of existence. And then the next one from Isaiah, it is there, Isaiah 45:18. Okay, this is the verse that established the naming of Yishuv HaOlam. This is the verse upon which all of the other mitzvot build about Yishuv HaOlam, build their structure. And Isaiah says, the creator of heaven, who alone is God, who formed the earth and made it, who alone established it, right, establishing the credentials of God, the creator of the heaven who made all of this. Let me tell you about what he wanted to do. God did not create the world to be chaos, right? God created the world out of chaos, right? The word tohu there. God created the world out of chaos, tohu vavohu, which Bereshit says was the amorphous, lifeless, nothingness mass that happened before God created. God took all of that tohu and created out of that the vibrant world that we had. God did not create the world to be chaos. God fashioned it to be habitable. Lo tohu v'ra'ah. God did not create this to be tohu, to be nothingness, to be wasteland. La sheva yitzara. God created this world so that it would be habitable, that would be breathable, that it would be livable. God created this world intentionally so that there would be the vibrancy, the magnificence of life. And therefore, based on that, you will see in a moment, come these laws of Yishuv HaOlam, meaning we now have to continue what God created in making sure that this is a habitable world, a world of life. And finally here, everything in life that we enjoy demands a blessing, which I bring in this section to say and remind us, we are gifted with this incredible world. There should not be a moment where we do not imagine how gifted we are. I keep saying, why we should all walk around like 4-year-olds or 3-year-olds with our mouths hanging open just at the awesomeness of this natural world. Every breath we take sustains us. The food that we have sustains us. It comes from the earth. It comes from the power of the sun. Everything comes from the power of the sun, which is why, light was created on the first day, although the sun was created on the fourth day. We can talk about that later on if you wish to understand that distinction. But we should be in awe of nature and the sustainable capacity of nature, and we take it for granted. But this verse from Brachot, this teaching from Brachot, everything in life that we enjoy demands a blessing, reminds us that whatever goodness we have, from every breath that we take to every sip of water that is healthy, to every bit of food that we put in our mouths, to every bit of clothing that we have, to all the energy that we create that's allowing us to gather together, all of that demands a blessing. And once we are called to bless something, we know we will not take it for granted. Okay, so that's sort of the foundation, which says God chooses creation over nothingness. God delights in this creation. And because God chooses the creation over nothingness and God delights in this creation, so should we. And as we delight in it, we should see everything as a gift. And we then understand that we are the beneficiaries of this gift, and we are guests on this earth. And as guests, just like guests anywhere in our normal habits of life, there are rules that we have to abide by as guests on this earth. So, what is our relationship to creation then? If that's what creation is, and that's how we're supposed to imagine creation, what is our relationship to creation? And Rabbi Bright actually mentioned Sefer HaChinuch, although he mentioned something else about what Sefer HaChinuch taught, Mitzvah Mitzvah. So who's Sefer HaChinuch? We're still not sure who the author of Sefer HaChinuch is. It is a 3rd century book, a listing of all the commandments in the Torah. Now, Rambam, as you probably know, Maimonides has a listing of the commandments in the Torah, but Rambam, being a logician and an organizer and a categorizer, put those mitzvot in orders of categories. What Sefer HaChinuch did was read the Torah from beginning to end and put a listing of mitzvot in order of appearance. So Sefer HaChinuch starts with mitzvah number 1, which is based on Bereshit, which is based on Genesis. And he says this: the Parsha of Bereshit has one mitzvah, procreation. Now, often you will hear this mitzvah of Peru Revu, procreation, referring to specifically individual. Okay. I'm back. Individual couples having children, but Sefer HaChinuch says it's not about the individual couples having children per se. That's not the fundamental purpose of the mitzvah of procreation. What he says is this: the roots of this mitzvah come to teach us that the world is designed to be inhabited. It's about the habitability of the world. And he quotes Isaiah: God did not create the world to be chaos. God fashioned it to be habitable. So Sefer HaChinuch takes this as its upshot. It is a great mitzvah, this mitzvah of Yishuv Ha'olam, Peru Revu, as there's be fruitful, multiply, as Yishuv Ha'olam. It is a great mitzvah on account of which all other mitzvot in the world exist. Fundamentally, if we do not have a sustainable world, if we do not pursue Yishuv Ha'olam, if we do not pursue the sustainability and habitability of the world, nothing else matters. And we know that. And those of us who are able to breathe easily because we have air that is not polluted, those of us who are able to drink water freely because our water is not tainted with lead or other carcinogens, PFAS, the forever chemical, those of us who are able to eat food that is grown on healthy soil, those of us who are able to manage our comfort levels with air conditioning, we so take for granted the gifts of a habitable world. And yet we have to understand that, 1, not everybody has those gifts, and 2, that even the benefits that we have sometimes have offshoots, wasteful offshoots that contribute to the unsustainability of the world. What kind of energy do we use, for example, for our refrigeration? What kind of energy do we use, for example, for our heating and our cooling? What kind of energy do we use for the food that comes to us? It is a great mitzvah, Yishuv Ha'olam, on account of which all other mitzvot of the world exist. We must make sure this world is sustainable. That's mitzvah number one, which most of us never heard of until recently, but it's mitzvah number one. Okay, next slide. And it's not just Sefer HaChinuch that says that, right? Seder Hayom, a 16th century text, says the first mitzvah is a call for us to leave blessings after ourselves and to assure the continuation of the species, right? This is also Yishuv Ha'olam. Our first task is to make sure that we have this world, leave this world, engage this world in a sustainable manner for ourselves and for future generations. As it says, generations come and generations go, but the earth shall remain forever. We are here for a short period of time, and we have been gifted this world for a short period of time. And the last thing guests need to do, should do, want to do, is destroy the gift that they've been given, or destroy the accommodations that they've been gifted. So the first mitzvah, Seder Hayom says, the first mitzvah is to make sure that we make this world a sustainable world. Okay, next slide. And Rashi, we're not going to leave out Rashi here. Rashi on Isaiah, right? God did not create this world to be chaos, but God fashioned it to be habitable. So Rashi says, God did not create this world to be chaos, but to be habitable. What does that mean? Lashevet, what does lashevet, being habitable, mean? Lihiyot asukim b'yishuvo shel olam, that we should be constantly applying ourselves, occupying ourselves with the establishment or habitability of the world. That is our constant mitzvah, no matter what else we are doing. Embedded in, surrounding, infusing everything else that we do, we have to be engaged in making sure this world is a habitable, healthy place. Sustainability is not an add-on mitzvah. It's not a mitzvah that you do when you have the when you have sort of a free moment. It's not discretionary. Sustainability is riven through all the other activities that we do. Everything that we do impacts this earth. And so everything that we do needs to be seen through this lens of Yishuv Ha'olam and sustainability. How does what we do affect the world out there? And how can we better structure our activities and the world's capacity, the world's systems, so that we can make sure this world remains sustainable for ourselves and for future generations? Okay, next slide. Tzitz Eliezer, this is now more modern. Eliezer Waldenberg also talks about Yishuv Ha'olam. He says the mitzvah of making earth a habitable place is a foundational mitzvah, obligatory on everyone, so they will work to assure that the world is to be inhabitable and inhabited, right? So it just from Isaiah to Talmud to Sefer HaChinuch to Tzitz Eliezer, and then we'll see some other intervening scholars and commentators and rabbinic leaders. This idea of Yishuv Ha'olam, which, as I think most of us never heard of before, is just throughout, interspersed throughout, foundational throughout all that we do. Everything that we do depends on a sustainable world. And so everything that we do has to point toward how we are continuing to make sure we have a sustainable world. Okay, next slide. So how are we to respond? So the Gur Aryeh, again, you can see, 16th century, says we should be partners with God who created the world so that it should endure. V'havei shutaf lahakadosh baruch hu, right? We should be partners with God. This is not going to be a surprising thought for you, because all of us understand from Genesis 1 that we are made in God's image. So what does it mean to be made in God's image? We do believe that we are partners with God. What we have to understand is that that partnership extends also to making sure this world is a habitable place. That's what God did in Genesis 1. God created this world and made sure that everything was regenerative and could provide for the next generation of of creation as well. We now have to do that as well. We cannot interrupt that regenerativity that God built into creation. But that is what we're doing with our actions that disrupt the cycles of nature. But we are here to be partners with God. Okay, next slide. And perhaps the greatest articulator of this mitzvah of Yishuv Ha'olam was Samson Raphael Hirsch. Although he doesn't use the words Yishuv Ha'olam, he goes back to the fundamental biblical mitzvah of Bal Tashlit, that you shall not destroy. As you remember, in Torah, Bal Tashlit was, it emerged from the laws of besieging a city in warfare, where in the midst of a siege, the Israelites were not permitted to cut down fruit trees. Even in the midst of war, even in the midst of besieging a city, they could not cut down fruit trees for a variety of reasons. There's a whole wonderful discussion to be had about the different ways that people understand that mitzvah. But essentially what the rabbis did in the Talmud after that, all through the next generations, up until the 19th century, when Samson Raphael Hirsch sort of exploded this into a full-blown mitzvah. The tradition said, you know what, Bal Tashlit is not just about fruit trees during war. It is about wantonly destroying anything, both natural and human-made, right? We should not ever destroy, not just things wantonly, but we should never destroy things that then interrupt the flow of creation. So Samson Raphael Hirsch says this is like the first page of the second volume of Chorev. And by the way, it's 3 pages long. He talks about Bal Tashlit for 3 pages. I just give you a couple lines, but if you're interested in learning more about Bal Tashlit, as Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch says it, please go to Chorev and find it. Do not destroy anything, he says, is the first and most general call of God, which comes to you as master of the earth. Again, Sefer HaChinuch says it's the first mitzvah. Others are saying it's also the first mitzvah. Samson Raphael Hirsch is saying this is the first and most general mitzvah. If we don't have a sustainable earth, nothing else matters. And so Yishuv Ha'olam is not just another mitzvah. It is in so many ways the foundational mitzvah. So the first mitzvah, and then he goes on to say, if you should now raise your hand, wishing to destroy that which you should only use, then God's call proclaims to you, do not destroy anything. Yes, we have a right to use this glorious world that we have been given. We need to use this glorious world that we've been given. Everything that we do leaves a trace on this world. That's what life is all about. But the traces that we have to leave must be healthy and must provide for the next generation to be able to thrive and not be destructive. If you should regard the beings beneath you as objects without rights, if you think, in other words, that human beings have hegemony over the world and we can do anything we want to any other part of creation, think again, he says. If you should regard the beings beneath you as objects without rights, recognizing as he does that humanity has greater power than so many other elements of creation, that we have capacities that others don't have, and we have the right to use those capacities. But if we regard them as beneath us, as objects without rights, not perceiving the God who created them, then God proclaims to you, do not destroy anything, right? So don't misunderstand your preferenced and prized position in this world. You have great capacity and you are able to use that great capacity. Not only that, you are given the blessing of using that great capacity, but you have to do it in the right way. Mishnah Halachot, 20th century now. Everything is intended for the establishment of the world and its continuity. For the Holy One, in his great love and kindness, wanted the world to be established. Thus, we find that all the requests and needs that we pray for are only a means for the fulfillment of God's wish, the establishment of the world. So I bring you this sort of, cascade of texts to show you that until we had the question of how we should engage the world, once we became aware of our capacity to destroy it, and And in fact, the actions that we are taking to destroy it, we didn't turn to our text and ask the question, gee, what's our proper relationship to the world? But once you do, we see that this mitzvah of Yishuv HaOlam, creating a sustainable world, making sure that we can be God's partners in making this world continue to be habitable. We saw that that is now rife throughout our tradition. So I just wanted to bring you this sort of overwhelming series of texts to let you see this is not something that we sort of had to dig around and sort of excavate, and it's only it's a standalone concept someplace. This concept of Yishuv HaOlam is foundational to everything that Judaism stands upon. Okay, so next slide. Torah Tamima, also a relatively contemporary authority, says God placed the human in the Garden of Eden to till it and to tend it, la'avda u'lashamra, saying this is a note to those who dwell on earth. As if, I just love the way he says that. In case you want to know who this is addressed to, this is addressed to you guys. This is a note to all those who dwell on earth, that it is not appropriate to benefit from the world without in turn providing some benefit and goodness to establish and perpetuate it. So Torah Tamima adds a slightly different twist, saying it's not just that it's a halachic, mitzvah given by God, but he's saying it is an ethical imperative. We all know that we have no right to benefit from something without saying thanks, without giving back. And because of all the gifts that we've been given from this earth, it is our obligation to return those gifts to it and to make sure that we make sure it continues to exist and to perpetuate it. Okay. So how do we do this? All right, I've got to do this quickly now in a few minutes because I do want to, you know what, let me just pause here because I'm going into another element of this. I want to see if there are any questions. I don't want to use up my entire time without allowing for some questions. And then maybe we can come back and I can give a quick synopsis of what this is. So should we pause here and see if there are any questions?
Sure. I see that Joan has a question. She has a hand up.
Yeah.
Hi, yeah, Rabbi, I see where you're drawing all of this from. But my question is, if it's so foundational, so fundamental, why are we just hearing now about Yishuv HaOlam? Why not prior to now? Why, I realize you've been working on it for a few years, but why weren't we talking about it prior to this?
So it's a great question. And I think it goes back to something that I was sort of alluding to before. Think of Tikkun Olam. I mean, none of us are that old, but I would imagine if we were alive, in the 1930s and the 1940s, we would never have heard of Tikkun Olam, right? That concept didn't blossom in the American Jewish consciousness literally until like the 1960s and 70s. And why did it blossom then? Because we were committed to engaging in social justice and social action and civil rights as a Jewish community. And we wanted to make sure we build a foundation, a Jewish foundation in that engagement in the broader society. And we discovered the authority to do that in the concept of Tikkun Olam. Now, Tikkun Olam had been around for 2,000 years in a variety of ways, but we sort of rediscovered it, as it were, in the era that called forth that need for that concept, and then we tweaked it for our own purposes. I think it's the same thing here. There are so many things in Judaism that are dormant until the social urgency emerges when we need that guidance. And because we need that guidance now, we didn't think about sustainability seriously as a people until a few years ago. Even though Kojal has been around for 20 some years, but most of us did not engage sustainability as a fundamental Jewish mitzvah until recently. We didn't look at it that way. But now that we are, once we started looking for it, we found it. By the way, it's the same.
There are two more questions, Rabbi. Do you want to take them now, or do you want to continue and wait until the end?
Let's hear the questions. I'll let you know.
Okay, so Esther and then Trudy. Esther, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yes,
Unmute.
thank
Yeah.
you. I'm just going to lower my hand here. Thank you, Rabbi. Yeah, in following some of the quotes that you take from the Torah and also, for example, Isaiah, I worry that the overall translation of it could look to the fact that it's for humans to make sure that the world is habitable just for humans and not for other species per se. And so I feel like it leaves a lot of space for interpreters to feel that, well, other species just don't really have rights, that it's really just the humans that have the rights to make the world more inhabitable and more habitable. And I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Yeah, I have heard that criticism before, and I would sort of answer in two ways. One, I believe that what Isaiah meant, and I believe that since Isaiah referred back to Genesis 1, Tohu Vavohu, and Genesis 1 talks about the creation of all things and not just humanity, that in fact Isaiah and so the subsequent rulings really should refer to the completeness, the wholeness, the interdependence, the interrelatedness of creation. So I don't think that Yishuv HaOlam at all is only about humanity. That's sort of like from a literary perspective. But from a practical perspective, try living without the rest of creation. I mean, humanity, try living without the rest of creation. We can't. I mean, even if you want to say it's focusing on humans, you cannot breathe without the rest of humanity. You cannot eat without the rest of, without the rest of creation, right? You can for humans should try to live without the rest of creation. We can't do it. So even if we wanted to be selfish, we would have to make sure that the rest of creation was healthy and sustainable. So how could anybody believe that it's just about us? We can't exist without the rest of creation. So anyway, so let me just, I know I misstated it earlier on, but yeah, humanity cannot exist without the rest of creation. Yeah. Okay, Trudy.
Rabbi, what can we do within our homes and congregations to promote the mitzvah of Yishuv HaOlam?
So I know that I don't want to step on Corinne's toes because I know she's going to be talking a bit about that, but I would say this, one of the things that the tshuva did, for example, have recommendations that we should do. Actually, maybe we can put up the slideshow again, and I think it's like the third to the last slide where we have the outcomes of the all past the Genesis 1, Genesis 2 business, which I would love to talk with you about in the future, but we can keep going. Yeah, right. That one. Yeah, the recommendations of tshuva. So one of the things that we say is that talk about this and respond with urgency. And one of the ways we suggest that you do that, by the way, is to place on your board, in your sisterhood board, on the synagogue board, a person who holds the portfolio of sustainability, whether that is a staff person or whether that is a volunteer, that is up to the organization, but make sure it's like the third from the bottom, appoint someone to hold a designated sustainability portfolio in the governing body of your institution. Just like you have a treasurer and just like you have a president, right? Just as you have a secretary, there should be somebody who holds the portfolio of sustainability on the board and then helps the organization, the Women's League chapter, the synagogue, the school, whatever, enter into conversations about what is our sustainability portfolio looking like now? How well are we doing? And you can, since you can't do it all at once, figure out whether you want to focus on energy or you want to focus on purchasing and waste, or you want to focus on food and simchas and celebrations. You want to focus on your parking lot and transportation, whatever it might be. You want to focus on education. You should have a sustainability portfolio person on the governing body of your institution who helps lead these conversations. And you can see the last item there, sustainability roundtable from Shemitah to Shemitah. One of the things that Women's League has been very involved in this past year and a half or so with many other arms of the conservative movement is what we call the Masorti Sustainability Roundtable. And the goal of this Sustainability Roundtable is to encourage institutions associated with the Masorti movement to establish from this Shemitah year to the next Shemitah year, a 7-year plan of achieving greater advances in sustainability. And that is what the sustainability portfolio person can help people do. I know that is what Women's League has started to do. Women's League, by the way, is probably the leading light in the sustainability roundtable. So I thank you for your contributions to that. But these are the kinds of things that you can do. Other thoughts, comments? So, yeah, should I continue then? Just
Yes, please do, please.
all right. So, in 5 minutes, can I do this? Let me see. All right, let's go back to the slideshow then. And I want to say one thing. One of the ways that we go back to go back to Genesis 1. One of the things that my husband and I discovered is that as we looked at Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 and the two different stories. Oh, I'm sorry about the Hebrew falling off the page there. There are two different stories. This Genesis 1 has a particular story. It's go forward to the chart, because I think that'll be the easiest way for us to look at this. Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 have two stories. Yeah, I'm gonna stop right there, of creation. And they have two different outcomes, two different theories of how humans relate to nature, given the two different stories of Genesis 1, Genesis 2. Remember, Genesis 1 is the 6 days of creation, and then you have Shabbat. The humans are created in the image of God, and they are blessed with the capacity to rule, right? Or Peru or Avu or Adua Ta'aretz, to be fruitful and multiply and rule and dominate the world. Genesis 2, the human is made from the earth, and the human is made for the purpose of working and serving the earth, right? God made the human le'avda u'l'shamra, to work the earth and to protect the earth. And both those verbs, both those words, le'avda u'l'shamra, like eved and shomer, and avodah and shmirah, have resonances of sacred work. We talk about the temple cult as avodah, right? That the sacrifices, the sacred work of the temple is from like le'avda, and l'shomra, as you know, is to like to keep the Sabbath, to keep the trust, keep the word of God. So on the one hand, Genesis 1 allows us to be the top of the heap, number one, apex creatures in Genesis 1. And Genesis 2, we are the servants that respond to the needs of the world. And this has two different outcomes then. You can see in Genesis 1, we believe the world was wilderness. In Genesis 2, it was garden. In Genesis 1, there's domination and control. In Genesis 2, it is working and serving. In Genesis 1, the earth was made for humanity. Everything was laid out as a smorgasbord before the humans came. In Genesis 2, humanity was made for the earth. In Genesis 1, the earth was self-renewing. In Genesis 2, the earth requires the inputs of water and humanity. It goes on and on. This is like a whole other hour's worth of presentation, but I bring this to your attention because one of the things we say in the Tshuva is that we have been living in a Genesis 1 mentality and a Genesis 1 behavioral pattern. We have thought we are the top of the heap, and in order to survive, in order to pursue Yishuv HaOlam, we had to make sure we subdued the earth. We subdued nature because nature was dangerous. And in order to survive, which was the goal, we had to subdue nature, and we had to imagine ourselves as the apex, as if we could live without nature and just rely on nature to be self-regenerative on its own, as if we couldn't hurt nature. That's how we've been living most of our Western existence. And we needed to do that as long as we were small and vulnerable. I understand why we had that vision. But then fascinatingly, the Torah said that's not a sufficient vision. There's this other vision where in fact, you will be powers that can affect the well-being of the earth. And when that happens, your attitude that you must bring to it is more reverential. that you have to imagine yourself as serving and preserving the earth. And so what the tshuva ends up saying is we have to now embrace a Genesis 2 mentality. And that's how we understand Yishuv HaOlam. That in order for us to survive, we have to make sure that the earth survives. The self-regenerative understanding of Genesis 1 that could not be upset is not the case in Genesis 2. We know we have upset the self-regenerativity of the earth. And we have to pull back and make sure that we serve the earth so that the earth may serve us. And so we need to live in a Genesis 2 mentality. And that is the approach with which we must approach Yishuv HaOlam and the mitzvah of Yishuv HaOlam. So I know it's 11:15 and my time is up, but I wanted to just present that theory so that you can enter into Yishuv HaOlam with the Genesis 2 mentality. And I'd be delighted to talk with you anytime in the future about how to expand that with your Women's League chapters or your congregations.
So I guess I am going to thank you for an absolutely brilliant presentation. I think you have filled the minutes to the max, and you've left us with a great challenge, I think, about how we can balance our preoccupation with the Tikkun HaOlam, with Yishuv HaOlam. I was certainly among those who had not heard of the concept before, and I hope this is just the beginning of a continuing conversation, both with Women's League in general and with my own synagogue in particular. So thank you enormously for a wonderful foundational start to the morning.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you for listening. And please do reach out. My kids don't want to hear about this anymore from me, so I need an audience to talk to. So if you want to invite me, that'll be great. Take care.
Wonderful, just wonderful. So we can all, I'd like everybody to stand up, and we're going to do something next on in our program. Breathe that good air that we do have around us. Mark?
Let's do a gentle breathing and arm exercise that you can do preferably standing with your feet hip width apart. Or you can also stay seated, but try to move to the front edge of your seat with your back straight and your feet flat on the floor. Do not do any motion that causes pain. Just try to get a good stretch. You know your own body, so modify the motions accordingly. Remember to constantly breathe deeply through your nose and out through your mouth. And just follow my movements as we go. We're going to begin by slowly raising one arm as we breathe in to eye level, and then lower it, and then the other arm. Breathe in the other arm. Both arms together, up and down. Now all the way up to the ceiling and down. Now we're going to go to one side, up to the ceiling and down. Again, the other arm. Now we're going to do a big circle with both arms. Breathing. And now they make the circle go the other way. Good. Let's make circles with our shoulders. Round them. Round. Let's go the other way. Go back first. Back, up, and down. Back, up. Let's make circles with our elbows. Rounding the circles. Round we go. And then the other way. Up. Back, up, and down. Good. And make a ball. Pretend you're holding a big beach ball and go right to the one side and just bend, and go to the other side and bend. Now take that ball and twist your waist, at your waist, all the way to the back of the room, and twist to the other side, to the back of the room. Good. Now lace your fingers and push toward me. Push Separate those shoulder blades and up into the ceiling and reach as far as you can. Just come down and we're going to go diagonal stretches. Diagonally stretch. As you lean over, diagonally stretch. And one last circle. And gently lower them down. And shake it all out. Shake, 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 shake. I hope you like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm next. I forgot. Okay. Okay, one moment, please, while I get my notes here. Okay, oh, sorry, my fault. So I have a short interlude for our milestones presentation. At every conference, we spotlight those sisterhoods that have reached noteworthy years of affiliation with Women's League for Conservative Judaism. And I'm proud to announce the following affiliate sisterhoods who have already received their certificates in the mail, I hope. But the following are the sisterhoods. The first, Women's Network of Temple Beth Tzedek in Buffalo, New York. And the sisterhood president is Rachel Anderson. And they have been affiliated with Women's League for 65 years. Not so tough. Or Shalom Sisterhood in London, Ontario. Sisterhood Susan Hall has been affiliated for 70 years with Women's League. Congregation Sons of Israel, Daughters of Jacob Sisterhood in Amsterdam, New York. The sisterhood co-presidents Audrey Kupferberg and Nadine Bloom have been affiliated with Women's League for 85 years. Now, I'd like to especially congratulate the next sisterhood, Beth Tzedek Sisterhood in Toronto, whose co-presidents are Rhoda Salama and Ruth Ann Lubin. Beth Tzedek has reached the incredible milestone of 100 years of affiliation with Women's League. That number includes the early years of affiliation of two other sisterhoods, Goel Tzedek, in English that means righteous redeemer, and Beth HaMidrash HaGadol Chevra Tehillim, the great house of prayer of the Congregation of Psalms. That's an interesting name to our ears today. But these two merged together in 1955 to form Beth Tzedek Synagogue. And it's amazing to think how the Jewish world has changed since those synagogues first began. So many interesting historical advances have occurred, especially with regards to the status of women in the religious life of our congregations. And Yasher Koach to Beth Tzedek Sisterhood, they're on their 100th anniversary of affiliation with Women's League. May you go from strength to strength. We have two more affiliates to congratulate. Our committee decided to send certificates to the two who have passed their 100th year mark. Still, what a tremendous accomplishment for Temple Adath Yeshuan Sisterhood in Syracuse, with Joan Lowenstein at the helm, that they reached 101 years, and Temple Beth El Sisterhood in Rochester, New York, with Gail Finkelstein as their president, 102 years. Wow, with Women's League. A hearty mazel tov to everybody. I haven't been muted the whole time, have I?
No,
Oh, okay, good.
we heard you. It's
We heard
okay.
you. Okay.
It's okay. All right. So on our, okay. Right. The next item on our itinerary is one of great importance. I don't think I need to tell anybody. Okay, Rivi. I don't think I need to tell anybody in this conference how important, how fundamental Torah Fund is to not just us, but to the many places in not only just in North America, but in other places that it serves. I'm not going to take away from what Linda's going to do, because I'm sure she'll do it better than I can. Anyway, she's more knowledgeable. I'm going to hand over to Linda Boxer, who is the Region Torah Fund President and who has interesting things to say to us, I know.
Thank you, Carol. Good morning. It's always a good day to talk about Torah Fund. Let's start with a video from the first woman chancellor of the Jewish Theological Seminary, Dr. Shuli Rubin Schwartz. Mark, the first video, please.
It's a pleasure and honor to bring you words of greeting and Torah from the Jewish Theological Seminary. Through your work with Torah Fund, you carry on a long and venerable tradition that goes back to the founder of Women's League, Matilda Schechter, the wife of one of my predecessors, the second president of JTS, Solomon Schechter. A brilliant, visionary, devoted friend, savvy organizer, and magnetic personality, Matilda understood that the flourishing of conservative Judaism depended on harnessing the talents of women as well as men. She went even further, using words that sound as if they were meant to be spoken today. There was never a time when the religious and moral influence of women was more sorely needed than at the present day, she said. Knowing this, Matilda developed Women's League as a vehicle to both deepen the religious and moral education of women and to support the training of future Jewish leaders. Through Torah Fund, you have been supporting residential life, student scholarships, and programming at JTS for over a century, and more recently worldwide at all 5 conservative Masorti seminaries. Birthed at JTS, Women's League remains so much a part of the fabric of life at JTS, both literally when I pray in the gorgeously refurbished Women's League Seminary Synagogue, and figuratively through our shared history and through the amazing students you have supported over the decades. The impact of our alumni as rabbis, cantors, and Jewish educators, but also as lay leaders, Jewish communal professionals, and Jewish studies professors, has enriched the entire Jewish landscape. And we are so grateful for your dedicated commitment to their education. One of the women I turn to for inspiration when I think about the vital role that women play in our world is our biblical prophet Miriam. I'm so taken by her leadership, particularly as it emerges in the wake of the Exodus from Egypt. The Israelites are standing on the bank of the Sea of Reeds, about to enter the wilderness. They are unmoored from slavery, not yet tied to Torah. I can imagine the people beginning to panic. What will come next? How will we survive? How will we cope? Miriam steps up at this liminal moment. Vatikach Miriam hanivia achot Aharon et hatof biyada, vatetzena chol hanashim achareha betupim uvimcholot. Then Miriam the prophetess, Aaron's sister, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her in dance with timbrels. Some might describe this moment as an ecstatic state of prophecy, but I think that Miriam stepped into her leadership role planfully, based on the Mechilta de Rabbi Yishmael. V'chi minayin hayu lahem liYisrael tupim uv'cholot b'midbar. Where the Israelites have timbrels and dance instruments in the desert. Being tzaddikim, knowing for certainty that the Holy One would perform miracles and mighty acts for them, when they left Egypt, they readied timbrels and dance instruments for themselves, the Mechilta says. We're told that the Israelites took dough and kneading bowls, to make bread, of course, gold, silver, and clothing, but Miriam and others brought timbrels, and she used them to lead the people in song, music, and dance. One might think this a frivolous act. At such a momentous turning point in the lives of Israelites, she pulled out timbrels and started dancing? Exactly. Even in the chaos and terror of the Exodus, she anticipated the people's spiritual needs, and she prepared accordingly. In so doing, Miriam models for us that in moments of crisis or anxiety, and also in moments of joy and gratitude, leaders must also tend to the spiritual needs of the people, to calm their anxiety, give them an outlet to express gratitude, and fortify them to meet the challenges of the next stage of their journey. In addition to her perceptive, spirited leadership, I'm also inspired by her name. We know that the tradition associates Miriam's name with bitter water, because right after Miriam's singing and dancing, the Israelites came to Marah and found the water to be bitter. We know this because the unvocalized Miriam and the word Marim have the identical letters. But another way of looking at this incident is to see in Miriam's name a message about the importance of resilience in life. As my friend and colleague, Professor Rabbi Wendy Zierler notes, Miriam's name might instead derive from the root mem vav resh, which means to change, to alter, to exchange. We know that water is ever flowing, ever changing. And understanding the derivation of Miriam's name this way would translate Miriam not as bitter sea, but changing sea, transforming sea. And this is what we do in life as women. We are constantly adapting to meet the needs of our families, our people, and our society. Similarly, we at JTS are always evolving to meet the changing needs of each generation of students and to prepare them to serve the Jewish community of tomorrow, one that will be different from the one that they grew up in. May we as women leaders be inspired by Miriam in two ways. First, the vicissitudes of life ebb and flow like Miriam's name. We need to be able to ride the waves, not drown in them. Second, the challenges of the moment are enormous. Miriam teaches us that to meet them, we need to have in our leadership toolbox not only physical tools, but also spiritual ones, timbrels, song, and movement. These leadership lessons will enable us not only to sustain ourselves, but also to impact others. Matilda Schechter would be so deeply gratified to know of the many gifted female leaders among us today, and to see the flourishing of her vision throughout the world, thanks to your tireless efforts on behalf of Torah Fund. I'm grateful for all that you do. Chizku v'imtzu. I wish you strength and fortitude as you continue your sacred work.
Isn't Dr. Schwartz inspiring? Let's continue. With many thanks to Barbara Ezring, our International Torah Fund Chair, the Hadashot Archives, and Google, let's explore some of our history together with the story of Torah Fund. The current campaign, Biyachad, oh, Mark, I just got bounced off my script. The current campaign, Biyachad, continues until June 30th. Thank you to all who have already donated. In 1934, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was President of the United States. Richard Bedford Bennett was Prime Minister of Canada, and National Women's League of the United Synagogue of America was established an education fund to assist the Jewish Theological Seminary. Each member was asked to contribute at least $6.11 annually. Why $6.11? It is the Hebrew numerical equivalent of the word Torah. In 1942, when William Lyon Bennett Mackenzie King was Prime Minister of Canada and Franklin Roosevelt was still President of the United States, Women League named its first Torah Fund chair when the seminary dormitory and scholarship funds were combined. In 1945, government leaders remained the same until April when Harry S. Truman was sworn in as president. The High Club was formed. Members were encouraged to increase their annual contributions to $18. In 1957, the first benefactor pin was produced with the theme of the burning bush. A gift of $100 was acknowledged by a solid gold charm. Dwight David Eisenhower was President of the United States, and Louis St. Lawrence was Prime Minister of Canada until June when John Diefenbaker took over. In 1958, the annual goal was set to $1 million. Eisenhower and Diefenbaker remained in office, and the new pin for 1958-1959 depicted a Torah breastplate with the word Shabbat. In 1960, John F. Kennedy was elected President of the US. In 1963, Lyndon Baines Johnson became president. Lester B. Pearson succeeded John Diefenbaker as Prime Minister of Canada. Once again, burning bush was the theme of the benefactor's pin, followed by a prayer book pin. The themes of the pins depict Jewish themes with creativity. You can see them on the screen. The US presidents during this time were Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, and Jimmy Carter. The Canadian prime ministers following Lester Pearson were Pierre Trudeau, Joe Clark, and Pierre Trudeau again. In 1982, while Pierre Trudeau was Prime Minister of Canada and Ronald Reagan was President of the United States, Women's League took on the responsibility of providing 500 bookshelves for the new seminary library. Over the next 4 years, that project raised about $1,400,000. Jumping forward a decade, Canadian prime ministers were John Turner and Brian Mulroney, while US presidents were Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, and George W. Bush, taking us to 1982, when the financial aid fund of $1 million was established to augment the seminary's student aid program. Student aid was awarded on the basis of demonstrated need. Then as now, there is always a need for financial help. In 1993, Ken Campbell became the first, and only to date, female Prime Minister of Canada, while George W. Bush remained in office in the United States. The Women's League Seminary Synagogue project was undertaken to commemorate its 50th year. Women's League began to renovate the former JTS Library Reading Room, transforming it into a permanent synagogue. Dedication took place in October 1995, having raised $1,258,000. The sacred space enhanced the spiritual life of the women and men who worship together. The chapel also serves as a gathering place for important events. By 2005, George W. Bush had followed his father's successor, Bill Clinton, as President of the United States, and Paul Martin was serving as Prime Minister of Canada. The Scholarship Project was launched, a 4-year campaign to raise $2 million for scholarships for students at JTS, the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies, Schechter Institute, and the Seminario Rabbinico Latinoamericano. Fast forward to 2015. She Plants a Seed for the Future got underway, a 2-year campaign to support Ziegler students during their year in Israel and to refurbish and re-sanctify the Women's League Seminary Synagogue at JTS. Stephen Harper was Prime Minister of Canada and Barack Obama was President of the United States. In 2017, Zacharias Frankel College in Potsdam, Germany was established, a rabbinic school to train new generations of Masorti conservative rabbis to address the spiritual needs of the expanding European Jewish population. Every time I say or read that sentence, 70-some years after the death of Hitler, I stop and marvel that we have a school in Germany. Women's League is proud to support this 5th school as part of its mission to provide higher education and training for the Jewish leaders of tomorrow. Justin Trudeau has followed in his father's footsteps as the Prime Minister of Canada, and Donald Trump then served as President of the United States. In 2019, while US and Canadian leadership remained the same, for those who like to give towards a specific purpose, the Creating New Spaces campaign was created. Its goal was to raise $200,000 to endow the Women's League study space in the new undergraduate residence hall at the Jewish Theological Seminary and the Women's League Institute on Gender Bias and Harassment at the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies. With less than $80,000 still to be raised to reach that goal, all donations are welcome to this campaign. It will run concurrently to the B'Yachad and subsequent campaigns until the goal is reached. Our theme for today's conference is sustainability, and that leads me to talk about the Torah Fund Legacy Society. Membership is for visionaries who value education and the future of the Jewish people as a way to show their lasting commitment and support through a legacy gift. As one of the Torah Fund vice presidents for the regions, I was asked for a quote about why I give to Torah Fund. I wrote, "My dad of blessed memory used to tell me, we'll talk in 20 years. By that he meant that the result of whatever happened today, good or bad, would not be known until some future date. I give to Torah Fund because I know that my gift will be for a good purpose, both immediately and in the future. Those dollars, combined with all the other donations, impact our future rabbis, cantors, educators, and scholars. None of us can foresee the future, but we hope that the conservative Masorti movement will be strong and prosper. To that end, I made my gift to the Torah Fund Legacy Foundation. When first asked to do so, I knew that my husband and I had recently rewritten our wills, had done estate planning to name beneficiaries to most of our assets, and thought we were all set. We talked it over, discussing options, trying to find a comfortable approach to future giving. Then just a few weeks ago, I got a notice from the Israel Development Corporation informing me that I had a bond maturing. While my husband and I have numerous Israel bonds purchased each year at our Shul's High Holiday Israel Bond Appeal, most list his name first and then mine. But this bond had my name first, leading me to believe it was a bond my parents bought for me many years ago, a bond which has been reinvested many times to reach its current value. The notice asked if I wished to redeem the bond or reinvest it. My dear father felt that cashing in an Israeli bond was like breaking a promise, and bonds should not be redeemed. While doing the paperwork for the reinvestment, I took one more step and changed the beneficiary to the Torah Fund Legacy Society. The Torah Fund Legacy Society is another promise. It's an assurance, a future gift that sustains a commitment to continue the support of our 5 conservative Masorti institutes of higher education. If your synagogue does a high holiday bond appeal, consider doing a double mitzvah. Buy an Israeli bond and name the Torah Legacy Society as the beneficiary. Please contact me or the Legacy Society if you would like to explore options for estate giving. As Barbara Ezring wrote to me, what is important is for all of us to recognize that the tuition increases every year. When Torah Fund began, the rabbinic students did not pay for tuition, room, or board. Now, even with financial aid, most students graduate with loans that take years to pay off. With inflation as high as it is right now, it is even more important for us to donate, and if possible, adding that extra gift of $80 to what we usually give to the Torah Fund campaign. We're donating to our futures. Why $80, you might be asking? This is the 80th anniversary of Torah Fund. Donors will be asked to give over and above their usual gifts, and the suggested amount is $80. For 80 years, the Women's League of Conservative Judaism has been supporting our students. At first, there was one school. Now there are 5. The need to support our students and our future is greater than ever. All donations, large and small, are appreciated. It is now 2022. Justin Trudeau has won re-election as Prime Minister of Canada, and Joseph Biden is President of the United States. Online e-cards are now available in both the United States and Canada, and with those platforms, electronic giving has been made easy. Paper cards remain a popular way of sending greetings in times of joy and sorrow. How blessed are we to be together, biyachad, albeit on Zoom, for our spring conference. Soon, on July 1st, the 2022-23 campaign will begin. Hazak v'amatz, be strong and courageous, honoring our 80 years of Torah Fund. New pins will be distributed to those who give $180 and more. The new pin symbolizes the story of the Israelites preparing to enter the promised land when the leadership transitions from Moses to Joshua. The Israelites and Joshua are instructed to be strong and courageous. The 5783 Torah Fund pin represents 80 years of ever-increasing strength of Torah Fund. With your help, we will gain courage and strength. Together, we will sustain the conservative Masorti movement, not only in our region, but beyond our borders. Each donation, every dollar, is needed and appreciated. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Toda rabah. Let's conclude with some words from Rabbi Bradley Artson of the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies. Mark the next video, please.
Shalom, friends. I'm Rabbi Bradley Shavit Artson, the Abner and Rosalind Goldstein Dean of the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies at American Jewish University in Los Angeles. I'm also the Dean of the Zacharias Frankel College in Potsdam, Germany, training conservative rabbis for the European Union. I mention both schools because both of us are blessed to be the beneficiaries of the wonderful work of Torah Fund and of our many friends in Women's League throughout North America and around the world. I'm grateful for all you do, and I wanted to speak to your regional conference and to share with you some thoughts of Torah and how it applies to the holy work you do. And as I'm preparing this talk, we are in the middle of the Exodus from Egypt. And there's a sentence that caught my eye differently than it has in the past. So let me share it with you. As the plagues have crescendoed and the Israelites are gathering to leave Egypt and to wander off into this place they've never been, we're told twice in the Torah, V'Adonai natan et chen ha'am be'enei Mitzrim, that God gives people favor in the eyes of the Egyptians. Now, what's particularly interesting from a Torah Fund perspective is that the story of the Exodus is a women's story. Moses is saved by his mother, whose allies are the bold midwives, and her daughter, his sister, watches the basket go down the Nile till it's picked up by Bitya, the sister of Pharaoh, and brought into the palace where he's raised as royalty until he takes his rightful place. It's the first version of the Harry Potter story known in history. Now, what's striking is that where our verse comes in is that the Israelites can't leave Egypt with nothing. They've been slaves and oppressed for all these centuries, and they need some benefits to be able to take with them to be able to make it into this new world. And because the hearts of the Egyptians are turned with favor towards the Israelites, they give them their possessions. They give them jewelry and property and things, food to be able to take with them along the way, so that the Israelites don't leave alone. They leave with the tzedakah, the charity of the Egyptians. And then not only that, but we're told that they leave with an eruv rav, a mixed multitude. It's not just ethnic Israelites, but Israelites and Egyptians who are tired of Pharaoh and his oppressive ways. Torah Fund is a force of tzedakah. It's a force of liberation, because we all know that Jewish liberation starts with self-awareness. The moment that Moses in the palace of Pharaoh said, I'm different than these people. I have a Jewish heritage that shapes who I am. It forms my values. It gives me an agenda and a purpose in life. It links me to other people, and it creates a path. And all of us know the incredible power of Women's League in creating such a moment of awakening, as hundreds, thousands of women across North America and around the globe wake up to embrace their own Jewish nature, a nature that's shaped by these ancient stories, but even more profoundly by the way they are lived in each generation. In an age in which women were not accustomed to being given power, the leaders of Torah Fund have held up a model for us of strong and brave women across the ages. And that forms the backbone of Torah Fund. Women standing up to shape the men and the women who will become the rabbinic leaders for our communities all around the world. I can't thank you enough. Both at the Ziegler School and the Zacharias Frankel College, I see courageous young people awakening to their destiny, empowered by their heritage, and emboldened by knowing that all of these brave women, lay leaders around North America and around the world, stand with them, stand behind them, and make their educations possible. So on behalf of all of those rabbinical students at all 5 of our seminaries around the world, I thank you. And I tell you that in the same way that God caused the Egyptians to see the Israelites with chen, with grace, with charm, with love, Torah Fund opens up the eyes of our future rabbis to the powerful partnership with lay leadership, and particularly with the courageous and inspiring lay leadership of the leaders of Women's League, to be able to do and accomplish great things. My friends, the time is pressing, the task is great. Together, we will succeed. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Linda, I want to thank you for creating such a varied and interesting program. And I want to also tell you that you're quite right, that the movement is growing very greatly in Europe. Also in Britain, there are many, many Mazorti shuls that were not there before. I want to thank you, and I want to thank all the people who are representative of Torah Fund in the various sisterhoods that we have today.
And now we're going to change pace a little bit and offer you a walking tour of Montreal, a virtual walking tour of Montreal. And I'm going to suggest that even for people in Montreal, this could be a surprising tour, taking you in places you might not have expected. Norman Spatz, who is known around the city for the wonderful tours he puts together, will be leading it. And so I'm going to turn you over to Norm for the next 40 minutes, and we will reconvene in time to have a lunch where you can schmooze together. So enjoy the tour.
Hi, everyone. My name is Norm Spatz, and I would like to welcome you to a video tour for the Sisterhood's International Northeast Region Spring Conference. In effect, this isn't really a video tour. It's a 40-minute teaser. This tour was condensed from a much larger tour, which lasted over 2 hours and now serves to introduce attendees to this conference, which is being held on June 12th, to a taste of Jewish life in Montreal and a taste of our very complicated history. And I think, beginning on the right note, I'd like to start our tour. So let me actually start our tour, which means sharing the screen. And let's go to share the screen. I would like to start with a quote from a recent letter to membership by Marilyn Cohen, who is the region president. The Torah's command to love your neighbor continues to provoke significant questions about the meaning of love. There are many definitions and opinions, but it is clear that Jewish tradition challenges us to love ourselves by striving for self-understanding, respect, and a sense of our powers for giving, and thus transform our love of self into a generous love for others. Perhaps this is how we can attempt each day to continue to strive to be holy. And so let us begin understanding how the city of Westmount became a city with a significant Jewish population, and how events in that area and in our province created a sudden demographic shift, which created the environment that the Jewish community encountered. So, one of the most visible symbols of the Jewish presence in Westmount is the congregation Shar Shemayim, which was founded by a group of English, German, and Polish Jews who had previously attended the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue, which is an extremely old, one of the founding synagogues in Montreal. The congregation originally rented space on St. James Street, which is now Rue Saint-Jacques. The first synagogue was built on St. Constant Street, which is now Rue des Bouillons in the Mile End in 1859. One of these locations, the one on St. Jacques, can be considered downtown. The other is extremely close. And a new synagogue was built on McGill College Avenue between 1885 and 1886 at a cost of $40,000. That's the one you see here. And McGill College is truly the heart of downtown. When the second Shar Shemayim synagogue was demolished, furnishings from the McGill College location were sold to Beth Shlomo or Beit Solomon on Bag Street, which is in the old neighborhood, the St. Lawrence neighborhood, near Schwartz's, near all of those old landmarks of having been traditionally Jewish, for $1,500. The furnishings consisted of the ark, the marble staircase, the benches, and the chandeliers. The synagogue in our traditional Jewish neighborhood is now finally getting more of a Jewish population, because although it was the heart of the Jewish neighborhood for, shall we say, 50 years, it really did not have a large Jewish population. Where were the Jews going? Well, they were heading west. And in 1918, Congregation Shar Shemayim incorporated its name. It owned land towards the west of downtown, where the Montreal Forum was once located. But during the First World War, that land was sold. And the members, the officers, the board of the Shar Shemayim knew that the Jewish population of Canada and Montreal in particular was increasing rapidly. The McGill College Avenue Synagogue was becoming too small, and the Jewish population was shifting westward. In 1920, the congregation purchased land on Kensington Avenue in Westmount. This is the current location. The cornerstone was laid by then President Lyon Cohen in 1921, and the synagogue was dedicated on September 17th, 1922. Lyon Cohen was the grandfather of the singer Leonard Cohen. One has to ask why the choice of Westmount was made in 1921, but as we will see, it was prescient. Now, there is a major demographic study of the Jewish population called Canada's Jews, a social and economic study of Jews in Canada in the 1930s. And from page, let's say 14, XIV, of the introduction, we have this quote: "The Canadian Jewish community of the 1930s shared many of the problems of immigrants in general. These were, however, exasperated by a context of deeply felt anti-Semitism, which exceeded the routine ethnocentrism and xenophobia that afflicted most other immigrant groups. The public expression of this anti-Semitism by both ordinary citizens and leading personalities was pronounced. In Quebec, leading newspapers and intellectuals supported by the Catholic Church regularly fulminated against Jews and alleged Jewish influence. And the Achat chez nous, with us, boycott of Jewish merchants was organized. In Ontario, the expressions of anti-Semitism ran the gamut from quiet numerus clausus provisions at universities to discrimination in employment or accommodations, to the full-scale riot at Christie Pitts in 1933. And with the rise of Nazism in Germany and of similar small but vociferous supportive groups in Quebec and Ontario, the precarious position of Canadian Jewry worsened. So let's take a look at this Jewish besieged population. In 1931, less than 5% of the Jewish population could trace 2 generations of Canadian-born ancestors. Of course, these would be the people who would make the decisions about the location of the synagogue, and they understood what locating the synagogue in Westmount represented. In 2013, Shar Shemayim became one of the first modern Orthodox synagogues in North America to hire a Maharat. She is Rabbi Rachel Cole-Feingold. And let's look now at where this Westmount location got the Jewish community on the social ladder. Here we have excerpts from an article written by Peter Zowski in 1962, an article in Maclean's magazine. He will be well known, I suspect, to most of our Canadian members, but not so well known to the Americans. But suffice to say, he truly is a person who had his finger on the pulse of Canadian culture. So here's some excerpts from this article. Like most cliches, these concepts of Westmount carry nuggets of truth. There are fat pigeons there. With something like 2/3 of 1% of Quebec's population, Westmount owns more than 20% of its Rolls-Royce automobiles. Although it's almost entirely residential, the city has an assessed value of $140 million. That's $4,580 in real estate for every man, woman, and child. And although some of the finest houses included in that assessment are owned by Jews, and of Westmount's 17 places of worship, 2 are synagogues, the highest levels of Westmount society are pretty well what summer resorts refer to as restricted. So that's where we are in 1962. Westmount was not completely isolated, though. Hydro-Quebec is the symbol or a symbol of the Quiet Revolution. It formally began with the liberal provincial government of Jean Lesage, who was elected in the June 1960 provincial election, shortly after the death of Premier Maurice Duplessis, whose tenure was known by some as the Grande Noirceur, the Great Darkness, but viewed by conservatives as epitomizing a religiously and culturally pure Quebec. Prior to the 1960s, the government of Quebec was controlled by the conservative Duplessis leader of the Union Nationale. Not all elements of the Catholic Church supported Duplessis. Some Catholic unions and members of the clergy criticized him, including Montreal Archbishop Joseph Charbonneau, but the bulk of the small town and rural clergy supported him. Some quoted the Union Nationale slogan, "Le ciel est bleu, l'enfer est rouge." The sky, or heaven, is blue and hell is red, as a reference to the colors of the Union Nationale, which were blue, and the Liberals, which were red. The latter accused often of being pro-communist. Radio-Canada, the newspaper Le Devoir, and the political journal, quite well-known, Cité Libre, were intellectual forums for critics of the Duplessis government. Prior to the Quiet Revolution, the province's natural resources were developed mainly by foreign investors. As an example, the process of mining iron ore was developed by the US-based Iron Ore Company of Canada. In the spring of 1949, a group of 5,000 asbestos miners went on strike for 3 months. The 1949 asbestos strike found Québécois miners united against a nationalist foreign corporation. Those who supported the miners included Monseigneur Charbonneau, Bishop of Montreal, the Québécois nationalist newspaper, Le Devoir, and a small group of intellectual individuals. Until the second half of the 20th century, the majority of Francophone Quebec workers lived below the poverty line, and Francophone did not join the executive ranks of the businesses of their own province. Political activist and singer Félix Leclerc described this phenomenon, writing, "Our people are the water boys of their own country." In many ways, Duplessis' death in 1959, quickly followed by the sudden death of his successor, Paul Sauvé, triggered the Quiet Revolution. The Liberal Party, led by Jean Lesage, and campaigning under the slogans, "Il faut que ça change," things have to change, and "Maître chez nous," masters of our own house, a phrase coined by Le Devoir editor André Laurendeau, was voted into power within a year of Duplessis' death. It is generally accepted that the revolution ended before the October crisis of 1970, but Quebec society has continued to change dramatically since then, notably with the rise of the sovereignty movement, evidenced by the election of the sovereigntist Parti Québécois, first in 1976 by René Lévesque, the formation of a sovereigntist political party representing Quebec on the federal level, the Bloc Québécois, founded in 1991 by Lucien Bouchard, as well as the 1980 and 1995 sovereignty referendums. Hey, and we're still here. Some scholars argue that the rise of the Quebec sovereignty movement during the 1970s is also part of this period. But let's take a look at Westmount. Now, I have to admit, I put this title, Jews Westmount and the Quiet Revolution, but the rest of this was not published by me. And let's take a look inside this study, Jewish populations in geographic areas. Note that from 1971 to 1981, the Jewish population of Westmount increased by almost a third. Rather than not state the obvious, because I have not done the analysis to prove this point, I would say that the Jewish population filled the spaces created by the departure of an English-speaking non-Jewish elite, which moved to Toronto and other areas of Canada. I can't present definite facts, but as they say on the Bill Maher show, I just know that it's true. So finally, we've gotten the background over, and let's take a look at the route of this tour that I was giving in Lower Westmount. And you've more or less heard the core of my thesis on this. But now let's look at the environment that the Jewish community moved into. This area is on an escarpment. Dorchester Boulevard is the high point in Lower Westmount, and the area slopes down rather steeply to what we would call St. Henry or Little Burgundy, a far less well-to-do neighborhood below the escarpment and eventually below the tracks and the expressway. Within the limits of the city of Westmount, this area is known as Lower Westmount. In the east, it crosses the municipal boundary into Montreal, that's over here, and is technically within the limits of the Golden Square Mile, the area where the wealthy of Montreal lived, shall we say, at the turn of the 20th century. Within the territory of Westmount, that city considers the area a dead end at the edge of the escarpment, with approximately 240 buildings in the area. Now let's take a look at this settlement. In 1650, Maisonneuve, one of the founders of the settlement of Ville-Marie, which became Montreal, conceded land on the mountain high above Lower Westmount to Martin Urtebise. At that time, few people wanted to settle there. The inhabitants of Ville-Marie had also nicknamed the Urtebise farm Haute Folie, Grand Folly. But the land was protected from the north wind. It enjoyed generous sunshine. It was very fertile. They grew apples, cherries, and plums that were sold in the Montreal markets. If every once in a while they got attacked by Indians, it wasn't so serious. And our area of Lower Westmount was on the route to the Haute Folie and became a logical location for country estates. And so finally, we get to look at a building. The tour always began at 4280 Dorchester Boulevard. And I always like talking about it because before 1859, this red sandstone was a popular building material in English neighborhoods in Montreal. It came to the island of Montreal as ballast in ships coming over from Scotland for the fur trade. By the mid-1800s, changing fashions in Europe brought about a collapse in fur prices. The American Fur Company and some other companies failed. Many native communities were plunged into long-term poverty and consequently lost much of the political influence they once had. Lower Westmount was built after this time, when various stones could cross onto the island by train using the Victoria Bridge, which had opened in 1859. But the look was definitely part of the Anglophone culture. Most of Westmount was built between 1875 and the First World War. Now, on a completely other note, this is the back of this building. It has an innovative addition with stepped back balconies made during a recent renovation. Styles have kept evolving, but the look on the street stays. And whether you've got a large Jewish population living in those buildings or none at all, the look stays the same. Now, right next to this building, I shouldn't say exactly next, one house away, is 4274 Dorchester Boulevard, built in 1895. It was in 2006 the home of Theodora Samiotis and Michael McAdoo, who were awarded the 2006 Montreal Architectural Heritage Award for Residential Restoration. Notice the careful blend of red stone and brick. There's a new slate stairway, restored windows. The entry has been very carefully restored. And the city of Montreal controls the quality of its housing stock by an exigent building code and strict enforcement. Okay, now if we go to a map showing the buildings in Lower Westmount, most of these buildings are attached townhouses. If we look at the area on Dorchester Boulevard, and we'll speak about that very soon, that's right over here, those houses were built between 1870 and 1890. The modest but lively area east of Green Avenue, so that would be this area, was also built between 1870 and 1890, and the very sensible but unpretentious area west of Green Avenue was built just a little later, between 1890 and 1914. These descriptions are very general. There are many exceptions. And another note that the city planners of Westmount always add is that this is one of the few districts of Westmount that has paved back lanes. It's actually a beautiful area. Okay, so if we look at Dorchester Boulevard, which is the main street in the area and runs to the north of it, to begin, the street was originally named Grand Chemin du Roi and later changed to Saint-Jean-Baptiste. Its current name, Dorchester Boulevard, was approved by the island's municipalities over 145 years ago. The name Dorchester honors Guy Carleton, the first Baron of Dorchester, who lived from 1724 to 1808. General Sir Guy Carleton, Lord Dorchester's career has a fascinating history far beyond the scope of this article. He assisted in the passage of the Quebec Act in 1774, which certainly gave the French population rights to its culture, as well as the defeat of Montgomery at Quebec City. More importantly, he was responsible for the Constitutional Act of 1791 that allowed representative governments in Britain's colonial territories. Before we get acquainted with the residents on Dorchester Boulevard, let's step back and revisit the toponymy controversy in 1987 surrounding the street's current name. Within a week of the passing of René Lévesque in November 1987, Montreal Mayor Jean Doré announced the city would name a landmark in honor of the former Quebec Premier. 2 months later, the city of Montreal stated that Dorchester Boulevard in the city of Montreal would be renamed Boulevard René Lévesque. The decision opened a can of worms and the battle lines were drawn. The Montreal Gazette reported Pierre Pascal, CKAC radio talk host, stating, "The majority think it is a wonderful idea that the nicest, largest, the most important boulevard in Montreal be named after René Lévesque." He added fuel to the fire following the city of Montreal's objections by adding, "And they think it's outright racism by the devious English who just don't want a major Montreal artery bearing a French name." Let's take a less emotional approach and look at the city of Westmount's objections. There are several rules within Quebec's Commission de Toponymie. One of these is that one has to wait until 1 year after a death to avoid name changes based strictly for emotional reasons. In addition, other municipalities hold public consultations before making such decisions. Not only was the street's landscape altered during that period of urban renewal, the street's name was also mired in controversy. The city of Westmount's newly elected mayor, May Cutler, was staunch in her council's opposition to renaming her city's portion of the street, calling it quite unseemly that the city of Montreal would go forward with this plan without any consultation with either herself or any members of the city council. She stated, in New York City, no matter how important August or much loved the person is, the matter goes through a lengthy process, including consultation with the community. That's from the Westmount Examiner in 1987. Luckily, in the end, cooler heads prevailed, and the city of Westmount's portion of Boulevard René Lévesque retained the name of Dorchester Boulevard. Now, we've gone from redstone to graystone. Note the elaborate detail on almost every part of this facade, apart from the stone. There's stained glass windows, there's an elaborate metal parapet. Montreal graystone is extremely hard and difficult to carve. Often more detail would be lavished on trim in buildings constructed in graystone. Many historical buildings in Montreal are constructed of this very uniform looking gray limestone that is 450 million years old. The rock is generally referred to as Montreal graystone. It was available near the surface over a large part of the eastern end of the island commonly right on construction sites themselves, and was widely used as a building stone and for manufacturing the lime needed for masonry work. In about 1850, over 2,000 residents of the village of Coteau-Saint-Louis, which is north of downtown, made their living by quarrying stone. And we're starting to get, now these houses are all in a line as we're walking down Dorchester Boulevard. Here at 4222 Dorchester Boulevard, we're at the former home of John Patterson of John Duncan and Company, who were wholesale tea dealers in 1900. This is one of the few mansions that were not destroyed during the development of Westmount's Dorchester Boulevard, because it was on the south side of the street, and we'll look a little bit into that. Again, note the relative lack of detail on the gray stone. There's an elaborate door at 4222 and new windows that harmonize with the building. Now, into this sort of coherent collection of buildings built at a similar time and a similar style arrives 4220 Dorchester, which is the headquarters of l'Ordre des Infirmières et Infirmiers du Québec, the nursing association. It's a quality modern building, but it's, in my opinion, completely out of sync and out of scale with the neighborhood. I don't know how the city of Montreal, city of Westmount allowed it, and I could never figure out how they got so much land to build it until I discovered that it was the site of the Calvary Congregational Church. The most important part of this church, other than the fact that I also think it's beautiful, is that it was designed by architect Robert Findlay in 1912 for Congregationalist members. Now, the sort of champion of Robert Findlay was a family called the McCulloughs, who were members of the church, and the new building was built in June 8th, 1912. Thomas Bassett, in his capacity as president of the Congregational Union of Canada, laid the cornerstone. The design was purposely for a sober brick church with a massive recessed entrance. The entrance had a sweeping Roman arch with parallel Corinthian columns almost to the roofline. Within this were two further columns above a smaller Roman arch forming a main entrance. In 1961, due to a declining congregation, the Calvary Church amalgamated with the Westmount Park United Church, and the church at Green and Dorchester was demolished in December 1963. And so it became available as the site for the new building of the Ordre des Infirmières et Infirmiers. But Robert Findlay had gotten his sort of initial hook into the aesthetic of this neighborhood. And as we will see just a little bit later, the house at 4100 Dorchester Boulevard, which is the house of Thomas Bassett McCullough, was designed by Robert Findlay at the request of the owner. So moving right on, this is a picture of the north side of Dorchester Boulevard as it appeared before the war, the Second World War. Before the Ville Marie Expressway was built, the biggest danger to Lower Westmount was sadly the city of Westmount itself. After the city of Montreal created Dorchester Boulevard as an east-west artery in the mid-1950s, Westmount in the early 1960s likewise knocked down some 70 grand old houses to widen Westmount's Dorchester Street to make an undignified curved highway-like western end. Expropriation and demolition costs alone were over $1 million, or about $8 million today. not to mention the tax revenue lost. Where graceful houses stood, serial parking lots have appeared here and there like scurf, forming a long, forlorn swath of asphalt and concrete. That area still looks bombed out 50 years later. And then, of course, we have what was built on the available land. This was part of an urban renewal plan by Professor Bland of the McGill Architecture School, who was hired by the city of Westmount in 1960. He recommended in his master plan that great hunks of Lower Westmount should be expropriated for large-scale development. The valley concept emerged, where Westmount met Montreal on its southeast and southwest flanks. High-rises should be built to rise up to Montreal's zoning. The 1967 Sunderland report was even worse. It recommended redeveloping the entire 90 acres south of St. Catherine Street by planting a series of 20 to 30-story behemoths. The scariest plan of all was that, commissioned by Canadian Pacific for the Glen Yard in the late 1960s, Arthur Erickson helped produce a 90-page proposal that involved housing 20,000 people in a 60-acre site straddling Westmount and Montreal. Heights would reach 60 stories, 15 stories higher than Montreal's Place Ville-Marie. So being independent did not prevent Westmount from being caught up in the expansionist hysteria of the 1960s. Luckily, they didn't get it all. And on the south side of Dorchester Boulevard, again, we have houses where a Jewish population was moving in. Now, again, these are the people that lived in before the Jewish population was coming in. This house was occupied by F. Gilbert, I guess, or Gilbert, in 1899. They were engineers and dredging contractors. I got that name out of the Who's Who in Canada. And if you look, as far as I'm concerned, I just love this house, the detail of this house, and the mixture of stones and brick, because at this point in 1899, all sorts of building materials were being imported onto the island of Montreal because we had a rail connection with the rest of Canada. This house has always puzzled me. Is this white stone from off the island? It's not gray stone. It's too easily carved, but the foundation on the side is definitely gray stone. And all I want to say is not every house in Lower Westmount is a masterpiece, but a lot of them really do have a cachet. And that is what the Jewish population moved into in the 1970s. Now, this is a project I've always loved. Built 1880, 1886, it was the first terraced housing in Westmount. A magnificent Second Empire ensemble of 6 buildings presents a series of stepped facades. Each stone building is made up of 3 stories, of which one is a false mansard. The openings are provided within elliptical arches. A rather large corbelled overhang is capped with low wrought iron grille, and the black slate mansard roof is decorated with red and green slate geometric motifs. If we continue along Dorchester, and I'm sort of hurrying along now, we're going to come to the house that was built for McCullough. After architect Robert Finley won the design competition for the headquarters of the Sun Life Assurance Company, Thomas McCullough requested the architect to design a home for him. This Queen Anne style mansion was built on the southwest corner of Dorchester at Clandeboye in 1891. This was the first Westmount commission for Robert Finley. The house, which still stands today, is asymmetrical, constructed of red brick with an eccentric slate roof. The entrance features heavy masonry, typical of the work of the architect H.H. Richardson. This design shares many architectural features with the Westmount Public Library, which was designed by Finley in 1898. Oddly enough, Thomas McCullough never lived in this house, but arranged for it to be rented and then sold to the Edgar family. And right across the street, we have the Tinwald House at 4064 Dorchester Boulevard. It was built in 1892 to 1895. The architect was David Robertson Brown and his partner Valence. Other works that they have in Montreal include the Southern Building, the Strathcona Medical Building, the Montreal Board of Trade, the Montreal Athletic Association, the Acadia Apartments, Checkers Court, and the Children's Memorial Hospital in Montreal. The house presents exceptional architectural qualities. The neo-Roman treatment of the ground floor is special. The windows grouped in pairs are set back within a double arch supported by a column with Corinthian capital. A similar detail is in the work of Charles Davis Goodman, who designed the Shari Zion Synagogue. The main entrance is included in a double arch within which the door and the window are placed. On a side wall, a tower with a conic roof is part of the house. Above the main door, an oriel with pediment is supported by columns. All the ground floor windows have kept their stained glass with fleur de lis motif, and that's from the Beaupré and Michaud Architectural Report of 1987. Now, if we walk around the house, we see, you can just see it over here. The rear of the house has been opened to the light and sports a dramatic amount of fenestration. Now, the residents at this house included Captain John A. McMasters in 1899, and his son, Andrew Ross McMaster, was elected to the Quebec Legislative Assembly and was the provincial treasurer in Louis-Alexandre Taschereau's cabinet. And we now have to ask, what happened when this kind of housing received a significant Jewish population? We can say that the Jews changed Westmount, but we can also say that Westmount changed the Jews. Now, here's a Westmount boy. Leonard Cohen, author, poet, and musician, was born on September 21st, 1934, to a prosperous Jewish family in Westmount. His grandfather, Lyon Cohen, who we've already mentioned, was the owner of the successful men's clothing manufacturing firm, the Friedman Company, and was perhaps the Jewish community's foremost leader during the early decades of the 20th century. Leonard's father, Nathan Cohen, died when Cohen was just 9 years old, leaving him under the care of his Russian-born mother, Masha. As the family became more dependent on the support of his father's brothers, Cohen attended Roslyn School and then Westmount High School, while also going to Hebrew school and becoming a bar mitzvah at the Shar Shamayim Synagogue, where his family was actively involved. And it was during his adolescence that he turned more and more to writing and learned to play guitar. This more introverted artistic side of Cohen in some ways contrasted with the student who played sports and was a leader in extracurricular activities. And all that I can say here is that we see that at this point, the Jewish population of Westmount was no longer restricted. The heroes, the stars of the Jewish population in Westmount became the sons of the community as a whole, the community integrated, and that, at least for the time I have, is the story of Westmount and the Jews. Thank you so much, and good luck with your conference.
Okay, well, I am sure that for many that was a revelation. I think for many Montrealers as well, it probably was a far more in-depth tour than many of us have had. Obviously, one of the great novels of Westmount, apart from a Jewish one, is Gabrielle Was, The Tin Flute, which captured the essence early in the 20th century of the distinction between lower Westmount and what was going on up higher in the mountain. In the meantime, I'm hoping that when some of you actually get to come to Montreal, you'll take a walk along the along Dorchester Boulevard and see it for yourself. We're now going to break for a half hour for lunch. There are going to be rooms left open if people want to get together with friends and schmooze. We are going to ask you, if you are not speaking, to please keep yourself on mute. And if you're taking a break for a few minutes, please rejoin us at 1:05. So enjoy the lunch, enjoy the schmooze. I don't know, Marilyn, have I forgotten anything that I should say?
That's it. That's it.
Okay.
Walk
Thank you.
around. Make sure you do exercise. Walk up and down your stairs, or
Right.
down your up and down your whatever in your house or your apartment, whatever.
Exactly.
And
Okay.
come back at exactly
1:05.
1:05.
Yes. 1:05. Okay. See you then.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Great.
Hello, Linda.
Hi, Linda.
Okay, which Linda?
You.
Linda.
Which Linda are we talking?
Steinhardt. How's everyone?
Linda Steinhardt, yeah.
I'm just drinking my
Mary.
coffee and I'm gonna go.
It's recording. Okay, as I said, I'm taking presidential license to say a few words in appreciation to Carol Burke, our fantastic conference chair. I have a special presentation. You may not know this, but Carol, who comes from England, is a staunch monarch devotee. And just last week, we in Canada, along with all the other British Commonwealth countries, celebrated Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee. She is the longest reigning British monarch in history, having ruled for 70 years. So in Carol's and the Queen's honor, I would like to sing a fourth anthem today. Please join me as we rise for God Save the Queen. God save our gracious Queen, long live our noble Queen. God save the Queen, send her
victorious,
happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the Queen. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Carol, you're muted.
I think we all muted.
Okay. Is it 1:05?
Yes.
Okay. Are we recording and doing whatever now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, yes, I was the chair. I have been the chair of this conference. And I have been helped enormously, as we all have, by, I'm going to say this, probably the best consultant that I have ever worked with, Deborah Green. She, not only does she come and help us from another time zone, but she had a real balance. She didn't come to us and say, do this, do this, do this. She listened and we asked her for advice and she always gave us good advice. And I would work with her anytime. And it's been a delight to know her. I'm not going to tell you her biography. You can all read it, but please, wherever she is, Deborah, you're on.
Thank you for those kind words, Carol. And I feel the same way about you. Good afternoon, everybody. To avail yourselves of any, I'm here to talk about consulting services as the vice chair of consulting services. To avail yourselves of any of the services that consulting services offers, to begin with, you can go to WLCJ.org, and before you even log in, scroll down to members, to
services to sisterhoods. You'll find consulting services. And if you click there and look through that, you'll find a very easy way to contact either Renee Ravitch, the chair of consulting services, or me. And when you do that, give us an idea in an email of what it is that you're looking for, and we'll get in touch, and together we'll determine exactly what would be the best thing for you. There are many opportunities for you and your sisterhood affiliate to take advantage of. And first of all, the other thing I wanted to mention too is that you should have WLCJ app on your phone. And to get that, go to your app store on your phone, type in WLCJ, and it'll come up as WLCJ INC. That's the one. Have that on your phone so you have very easy access to Women's League at all times. And Women's League, WLCJ.org, the website, for those of you who have never been there, is a treasure trove of information. So that's really important. Consulting services offers services like workshops, which many of you are probably aware of, but also mentoring. We have recorded workshops, WLCJ Net and PresNet, and more, and I'll explain what these are to you. The first thing, as I said, that most of us think of is workshops. These can be customized to fit your needs. Most are still being done via Zoom, but we're beginning to do some in person as well. Through consulting services workshops, you can learn how to enhance your sisterhood's image in the synagogue and community. You can develop individual leadership skills, yours and those of your members, and you can motivate your members to expand their involvement in your organization. These are all things that we strive for. There's no charge for consulting services to affiliated sisterhoods. Your per capita covers our services, so don't hesitate to take advantage of all that is offered. Some of the topics for which we offer workshops, either virtual or on-site, include social media and Zoom, goal setting, strategic planning, leadership development, membership, dealing with sisterhood challenges, sisterhood and synagogue relations, team building, Sisterhood 101. We also have, as I said, we will develop a workshop just for you, but we have some others like alternative structures, what to do when nobody steps up to be president, or what a nominating committee, how to be and do a nominating committee, and how to find a president. So all of these will be customized for you. Maybe you're not ready for a workshop for your entire board or your entire sisterhood. Maybe you just need a little guidance, someone off whom you can bounce some ideas, or an uninvolved third party to help you overcome a specific challenge. So what you may need is a mentor. We have mentors available to discuss those specific challenges, or who you can use to navigate new positions. If you're the sisterhood president and would like, we have mentors available. Maybe you're the treasurer, or maybe you're the Judaica shop chair, membership vice president, whatever the position. If you feel that you need extra guidance and you're not, and you can get it, you can reach out to your region counterpart, but otherwise you can also get a mentor. We'll have somebody for just about any position. So some women maintain ongoing relationships with their mentors. Others use the mentor for the specific challenge that they're facing. And once they have overcome that challenge, that's it. That's the end of that relationship. Either way is fine. But what if you're a sisterhood president and you want to just exchange ideas with other sisterhood presidents? How do you do that? Well, that's why we have PresNet, which is an online discussion group for sisterhood or affiliate presidents only. Even your region president does not have access to that. The moderator is your very own Toby Mazer. If you're not yet a part of PresNet and you are a sisterhood president, just email Toby at tmaser@wlcj.org. Toby also has monthly or almost monthly seminars for presidents
on a variety of topics, including how to update your database information, per capita, what it is and what to do about it, programming, and just open forums for whatever arises. Many of you are not sisterhood presidents, and we have a group for you too. You're not going to be on PresNet, but we have WLCJ.net, which is essentially a 24-hour open sisterhood without walls. It's actually 24/6. It's not available on Shabbat or Jewish holidays. Your own Lois Silverman is the Women's League Communications Chair, and WLCJ.net is moderated by Sherry Lynn Rubin. To participate, contact her slrubin@wlcj.org. It's a group for any of you to share ideas, exchange opinions, maybe discuss some outside the box innovations that you're considering. Sometimes, even though there's so much information on the Women's League website, if you search for it, it's just good to bounce ideas off another person. And WLCJ.net is a great place for that. And maybe a sister who you've never met can guide you through a situation that you're dealing with. Or maybe you're going on vacation and you want to find a synagogue with an affiliated sisterhood where you can attend services. WLCJ.net is the place to find that, as well as your calendar diary, of course. We also offer some online workshops. The most recent was May 31st, and it was about reconnecting with your members in a post-ish COVID world. It's post-ish because we're not really through with COVID, but many places are beginning to open up, and it was about how to get your members, old and new members, re-involved and reactivated. That is available online. It's if you go on the Women's League website and you go to the documents, you'll be able to find it under consulting services. Other workshops that we've had before are available on YouTube. If you go to youtube.com and type in Women's League for Conservative Judaism, there's a long list of videos that you can watch. Some may help with your sisterhood programming. Some are from Women's League Reads. They're interviews with authors of books. Maybe you can use those for your book club. There's also workshops. Some of Lois Silverman's History of Jews in the Cinema. Those are on there too. Some of those might be able to be programs for your sisterhood. So there's a lot of information provided by consulting services, and you can find it in different places. Some of you may remember distance workshops. That's what we did before. We did Zoom workshops. One or two consultants would get together, write a complete script, and you would call in, and the workshop would be over the phone. And those, we had to write specific scripts because those scripts are available online. If you go on the website and you click on former resources, that's where you can find some of the distance workshops. Or you can try the Women's League archives and type in a topic, and hopefully you'll be able to find that. There's a lot of information. Sometimes you have to kind of look for it on the website. So we do offer quite a variety of options. You can feel free to email me at dgreen@wlcj.org, or Renee Ravitch, who's the chair of consulting services, at ravich@wlcj.org. I look forward to seeing all of you next July at the Women's League International Convention in Schaumburg, Illinois, which is real close to my house. And there's just one quick story I want to read you to emphasize how we all have to work together to strengthen ourselves as individuals, to strengthen our sisterhoods and synagogue communities, and to strengthen Women's League. A man was lost while driving through the country. As he tried to reach for his map, he accidentally drove off the road into a ditch. He wasn't injured, but his car was stuck in the mud, so he walked to a nearby farm to ask for help.
Warwick can help you get out of that ditch, said the farmer, pointing to an old mule standing in the field. The man looked at the decrepit old mule and looked at the farmer who just stood there repeating, "Yep, old Warwick can do the job." The man figured he had nothing to lose. So the two men and the mule made their way back to the ditch. The farmer hitched the mule to the car. With a snap of the reins, he shouted, "Pull, Fred, pull, Jack, pull, Ted, pull, Warwick." And the mule pulled that car right out of the ditch. The man was amazed. He thanked the farmer, patted the mule, and asked, "Why did you call out all those names before you called out Warwick?" The farmer grinned and said, "Old Warwick is just about blind. As long as he believes he's part of a team, he doesn't mind pullings. Your sisterhood is your team, helping you to make the work you do in your sisterhoods that much easier. Believe in your team and it will lighten your load."
Jamie.
Thank you very much.
Jamie. Thank you very much, Deborah, for coming and telling us this and all these services. And you're going to be definitely going to be hearing from some people. Marilyn, have her hand up.
Okay. Thank you. So we're now going to invite Corinne Hammerschlag to lead us in a workshop where I guess we're going to get into a little bit more concrete details. Am I right, Corinne, about how and why we should be sustaining our world and how we can actually do it. So it's your floor.
Thank you very much. And as you all know, sustainability, which is our convention theme, is a huge topic and covers a broad spectrum of issues. So in my workshop, I would like to make you aware of what sustainability is and the best ways to implement it. And of course, emphasizing again and building on what Rabbi Carden spoke about in her wonderful presentation this morning. Before I do that, in order to also honor Carol, I have a poem that she is going to read that we feel is extremely relevant to my workshop. And Mark, if you can put that on, please, and share the screen. Okay, Carol.
I can't see part of the second column. That may be my fault because my name and
maybe we need to make it a bit smaller.
Because I can't see the whole poem. I'm sorry.
Make sure you're viewing the full screen, Carol.
I am. No. So
a little bit smaller.
It has to be pushed over to the left for me. I'm sorry, ladies of the conference.
There we go. Perfect.
Thank you so much. Okay. It's called Gate 35. The divine of Shekhinah likes to be known. She paints flowers and sunsets and moons. She blows fierce winds so we'll hear her and raises dew gently from the grass so we feel her beneath our feet. Lately, she's been grumbling that we are not paying enough attention and that she is not feeling well at all. Her system is out of balance. Her icy caps are melting too fast. Hot waters are falling and spilling and creating huge torrents. Her temperature is rising. If only we could take her to the emergency room. Let the experts bring her feature down, but this illness of the earth is attacking the very systems designed to maintain her. We humans are cells that need to rally on her behalf, nurture each other, love ourselves well. What is one thing you can do today to notice the earth's splendor, enhance the malchut, the nobility of another, or enrich the sod of your own life with awareness? Walk through the 35th gate and notice Shekhinah's healing presence.
Thank you, Carol. And as I say, thank you for all your wonderful work as conference chair.
Thank you.
The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. That comes from Psalm 24. The heavens are the Lord's heavens, but the earth is given to mankind, from Psalm 115. With our ignorance and greed, we are slowly destroying the earth, and now we are responsible for repairing it. The environment is our life support system. The state of it is influenced by our behavior, and we have the opportunity to sustain it or destroy it. Human beings are created in the image of God, and of all God's creations, only humans have the ability to improve or destroy the earth. The Jewish community worldwide is relatively successful economically. This means that per person, we're using a disproportionate amount of the world's resources. More cars, bigger kitchens, bigger appliances, more appliances, etc. With this in mind, let us now see a short video explaining how we can sustain how we can implement sustainability, but more importantly, what it actually is. So here comes the video.
What is sustainability? One of the more common definitions of sustainability used worldwide is from the UN Brundtland Commission. They say sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So put simply, sustainability is about our kids and our grandkids. How do we live today so that they can thrive and future generations can also have a good life? Our planet has many resources that we depend on for food, for housing, and many of those resources can replenish. You can cut down a tree and grow new trees. You can catch fish and there will be more fish. But that only works if you do it at a rate that these systems can replenish. We call that the replacement rate. You could think of it as a bathtub, and you're draining the bathtub and filling the bathtub at the same rate. And if you do that, then the level of the water should be able to stay stable. We call that equilibrium. It's not that you're not using any resources, you are, but you're doing it at a rate that the systems are able to stay somewhat steady. Right now, and over the past few decades, what we're seeing is that we are consuming resources much faster than the replacement rate. And the result of that, draining the bathtub faster than filling it, is that those levels are going down. We're seeing fisheries disappearing and other ocean life. We're seeing forests disappearing. Of course, everyone is familiar with the impacts of climate change and, other impacts of this level of consumption, plastics in the ocean, all of these problems. So ultimately, sustainability is about understanding how all of this is connected, understanding that when you make a decision to buy a smartphone, you are impacting someone's life on the other side of the planet who's involved in mining the materials to put in that smartphone. So sustainability is about systems thinking. One of the other big frameworks that we use to talk about sustainability is the 3 E's. In business, we call that the triple bottom line. Some people call it the 3 legs of the stool. And that's environment, economy, and equity. And it's not just about understanding that we need to manage all of those. It's understanding how they're connected. So if you only look at short-term economic profit, then you're not going to end up with a thriving economy in the long term. If you're only looking at conserving the environment without thinking about economics and understanding, how people are making their livelihood, you also may not end up with a thriving society. And if you aren't looking at equity, you're going to end up with a few people that have most of the resources and many people who are hungry and not living a good life. And that's not really a successful human society either. So sustainability is really about addressing all of those and understanding the connections between them.
Great, thank you very much. And now it is my honor to introduce my daughter-in-law, Caroline Hammerschlag. She is a PhD in marine biology and teaches environmental studies and biology at the University of Miami, and has been a tremendous help to me, together with my son Neil, who is also a PhD in marine biology and a professor at University of Miami. And she's going to help me, and we had a video for her to make for me. So here it is. Take it away, Caroline.
Hello, my name is Caroline Hammerschlag. I am an instructor at the University of Miami, where I teach in the biology department and in the environmental science department. So today I would like to talk to you a little bit about sustainability and sustainable living. So I believe that Corinne already showed you a video about sustainability. So, but sustainability really means different things to different people. So it really depends who you ask, right? So in that video, you saw that sustainability is really where concerns for the environment, concerns for the economy, and concerns for society like equity are coming together, right? So it's really like in the middle of all of those. But if somebody is more interested in economics, right, they will really tend to focus more on the economic side, such as growth of wealth, efficiency and optimum use of resources, right? Where if you somebody who's more interested in society, equity, and cultural identity, for example, then they will tend more towards the society part of sustainability. Now, if you're an environmentalist or an ecologist like myself, then you tend to be more interested in the environment itself and how we can protect the environment and the natural resources that it provides us. But really, at the end, to really get sustainability, we would have equal contribution of all three parts of those, right? So we would be in the intersection of all three of those. Now, sustainability is really an ideal, but it is very important that we are striving towards that ideal, right? So that we all do our best trying to get to this middle part, right? But just being aware that, you know, depending on which camp you're from, right, there might be more emphasis on one part or the other than the other two. But the striving towards sustainability is the important part. Now, it's not easy or it's not difficult to get concerned with current affairs of our planet, right? If you look in the news, for example, it's, you know, we hear about wildfires and floodings and, you know, pollution, global climate change, right? Sea level rise, deforestation and of the Amazon. And so it's more and more people, because of all these concerns and because of all these difficulties that we're facing in our environment, more people become aware that we're probably not treating our planet the way we should and that we need to change something. Right? And that's where sustainability comes in, trying to use our resources more sustainably, right? So that we can protect our planet for future generations. Now, each and every one of us can play our part in this, right? We don't have to do huge changes in order to help you know, to help protect our planet. So, and you can do that in your day-to-day life, right? You can do small changes to your lifestyle to help protect our planet, to lead a more sustainable lifestyle, right? So for example, you know, the food that you choose to eat can really make an effect on the planet. Also, how you travel around, right? Is it by car? Is it by a hybrid car, an electric car, or a bike, or even by foot, right? That can also have an impact on the environment. Now, that doesn't mean that all of a sudden from today to tomorrow, you have to become vegetarian or vegan and that you cannot use a car anymore, right? That's not at all what I'm meaning, what I mean with this. It's more that we all can maybe choose one thing we can change in our lifestyle, and with that, help protect our planet and work towards that ideal that is sustainability. Now, what is sustainable living? So sustainable living really means trying to reduce the resources of our planet, right, to help protect it. We can do that in various ways, and I will go over a few of them in a little bit. But the big or the broad idea really is trying to minimize the impact that we have on our planet, right? And also help replace resources, right, that we use, like when we, you know, recycle or reuse certain products or even compost, right? So here you have a few ideas how we can be more sustainable in our living, right? But like I said, I will go into a few ways in more detail. Now, why is sustainable living important, right? Why should we care? Well, the problem right now is we're really feeling the effects of our previous actions, right? By overusing our resources. With that, I mean, all the plastic that we have been using since the 1950s, they're accumulating and causing a lot of problems in the environment, in wildlife, but also for us humans, as we'll see. And here is a graph, and I'm going to try to explain it to you. So on this axis down here, we have the years from 1960 to 2100. And then on the y-axis here, it tells us the number of Earths, right? In the green line, we have the biocapacity, which really means all the resources that our planet can give us, right? And we only have one planet, planet A, right? There's no planet B. So one planet, so that's why this green line is, stable along. In red, you see our ecological footprint, okay? So ecological footprint means the area that we use of our planet to get all our resources that we need and consume, right? So as you can see, in the 1960s, we were below our biocapacity, meaning like we didn't use all the resources that our planet was able to provide for you. But then somewhere in the 1970s, we actually bypassed our biocapacity, meaning like we're using more resources that our planet actually can provide in a way that is sustainable, meaning like that future generation will have the same amount of resources, right? And that the systems are able to replace the resources in a appropriate time frame. So since 1970s, we have been using way more resources that our planet can provide to us in a sustainable way, right? And in the dashed lines, it's really the predictions for the future, right? And the predictions are showing an increase in our ecological footprint. So it's really important, to help protect our planet and also provide the same resources for future generations, right? L'Ador Vador, that we all do our part, and nothing is too small to help get this line down more towards one planet, right? So really, any small change can help in our lifestyle to help protect our planet and help provide more resources for future generations. Now here's a whole list of things that can be done or that can be changed in our lifestyle to help, right? Help protect our planet and help provide the same amount of resources to future generations. So I'm not going to go through all of those, right? Because it's 14, that would take a whole long time. But I will emphasize on 4, okay? Save energy, eat less meat, use reusable alternatives, and don't waste food. If you're interested in the other ones, this is an excellent website, www.wessexwater.co.uk, that is going through all 14 of those, ways of have a sustainable lifestyle. Now, the first one is save energy, and that can be, very feasible by switching off the appliances you're not using or, unplugging them. So even if you have an appliance plugged in, it still draws some energy. We call that vampire energy because it's still using energy even though the appliance is not doing anything. So if you use your coffee pots and you're not producing, making any coffee at the moment, just unplug it. That's one simple way that you can save energy. And when you save energy, you also reduce carbon emissions. So carbon emissions are important because when we release carbon into the atmosphere, it helps with warming the climate, like global climate change. It's mostly produced by carbon dioxide emissions, which come from burning fossil fuel. Still today, we use a lot of fossil fuel to produce electricity or energy in general. So by reducing the amount of energy that you need, you will also reduce the amount of carbon that is being emitted, and hence is slowing the warming of our planet, right? So other things that you could do is in the winter, maybe turn down your heat, and in the summer, turn up your AC, right? So you use less energy. And also another way would be maybe hanging up your clothes to dry instead of using a dryer. But there's way more ways that energy can be saved, which is also something that could be easily looked up on the internet, for example. Another one I'm very interested in is eating less meat. I am eating meat currently, but I was a vegetarian for many years. But the thing is with the meat production, really the meat production is a major contributor to global climate change and also the pollution of landscapes and waterways. Also, it minimizes our water. You know, we really need to consider in the future saving water as well. That's another point on the list, which I'm not going to go into. But California, for example, for the first time in forever, has declared water shortages, which never happened in the past. So that's definitely something we need to be concerned about for our future. And the thing is, in meat production, the livestock uses a lot of water. So you can see that down here. For 1 pound of meat, right? For 1 pound of chicken, we need to use 520 gallons of water. That's even worse for beef, right? For 1 pound of beef, we use 1,850 gallons of water. And that's because 1 cow a day drinks 50 gallons of water, right? So they use a lot of water. And then the other problem is with global climate change is that livestock eat grass, and grass is actually really hard to digest. So they have these microbes in their stomachs that help break down the grass, and they release methane. So cattle release a lot of methane, which is a gas, a greenhouse gas, similar to carbon dioxide that contributes to global climate change. But the problem about methane is that methane is way more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide is. So 1 molecule of methane acts like 21 molecules of carbon dioxide. So it's 21 times more potent than carbon dioxide in warming our atmosphere. And cattle, such as cows that are reared for beef, release a lot of methane through belching. So that's another thing to consider. Now, if eating less meat is not an option for you, another thing you could do that really can make a positive impact on our planet and our environment is eating more chicken, right? Like eat less red meat and eat more chicken, because you can see chicken uses less water, and it also emits less methane, right? So it still does, but way, way less than if you would be eating beef. So that would be another way of helping the environment and live more sustainable. Now, the third point that I want to discuss is use reusable alternatives, because plastic or single-use products, particularly plastic, tend to end up in the ocean and on landfills. Now, plastic is not biodegradable, right? They do not biodegrade. All what plastic does is break down into smaller pieces, and we call that microplastic, okay, because it's really small. Now, plastic pollutes the oceans and the environment on land, as you can see here. In the ocean, and well, ocean animals and seabirds tend to eat plastic because it looks like food. Like this plastic bag, for example, in the water looks like a jellyfish, which sea turtles like to eat. But then once they swallow the plastic, they'll die on it. Seabirds also pick out little plastics from the ocean, and it accumulates into their stomach because they cannot digest it. And it fills up their stomach, and to the fact that it's full, but they're not getting any nutrition from it. So these birds starve to death because of the plastic in their belly. So it's really harmful to wildlife. Now, needless to say, it would be great to use alternatives than plastic, especially single-use plastic, such as, reusable grocery bags or other eco-friendly alternatives instead of plastic. Now, for humans, actually, plastic is most likely also very harmful, particularly microplastic. And I just want to go a little bit into that because that's really what's in the news these days. Is that so microplastic is defined as something that is less than 5 millimeters in size, but larger than 1 micrometer. So in other words, it's small. And again, plastic does not biodegrade. It only breaks down into smaller pieces. And now, and this is the big news, is we have found microplastic in human bloodstream. We have found it in deep down in lung tissue and also in placentas. Right. So that's kind of the big deal right now. We still don't know how that's actually affecting human health. But since plastic is made of oil, like petroleum, and petroleum has been shown to be carcinogenic, like causing cancer, having these tiny little pieces in our body might not be a good thing. Right. So research will have to show the actual impact of microplastic on human health, but I don't think it's going to be a good thing, but we'll have to see. But again, we should try to use less plastic for these reasons. Now, the last one I would like to talk about is not to waste food. So whenever you have food left over, please don't throw it away. Maybe you can, eat it for lunch the next day or for a snack, or even freeze it, or, make soup out of it, something like that. However, if that food is going off, please don't throw it in the garbage because it's going to end up in the landfill most likely. What would be more sustainable is to compost. If you don't have a compost, one of my students actually at the university made a little comic about worm composting by having 2 shoebox, and it's really easy to make yourself. You need some soil with some earthworms, and you have your own compost. Other ways, you can buy composts over Amazon, for example, to make your own compost, because when biodegradable food items, right, if they degrade with the help of microbes and earthworms, the soil that you get out of it is very nutrient rich, and you can actually, grow your own food if you would like to. So, and that would be the natural way of doing things. The problem is if you put food in the garbage, it most likely will end up in the landfill. And when food degrades in landfills, it produces methane, which then contributes to the global climate problem, as I discussed earlier. So, yeah, please don't throw away food. The other thing is that the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations is actually estimating that 1.3 billion tons of food that is produced for human consumption is actually wasted each year. And that amount of food could feed about 2 billion people on our planet. So we're currently very close to 8 billion on our planet. So that would be a quarter of the human population. Unfortunately, we still have about 13% of our population, human population, that has to suffer from hunger and malnutrition. So that could really help, right, feed that portion of the human population. So also on another note is if you look up how to help global climate change, right, or how to help minimize the effect of global climate change, on number 3 of 100 different points, at number 3 is not wasting food. Again, for the reason that I explained before, is when food ends up in landfills, it releases methane, which is a very potent greenhouse gas that then increases the global temperature. All right, so bottom line, I hope what you took away from this little presentation is that we all, every single one of us, can make a small change, which then collectively can make a big change in, in helping protecting our planet, and also helping to conserve resources for future generations. So I really hope that you will, take from this maybe something that you can change in your lifestyle in order to help collectively with helping preserve our planet. But with this, I'm gonna hand this back to Corinne, and all the best. Bye.
Okay, so I think, Linda, that I have a few minutes for Q&As.
Yeah. Seven.
Okay, so what I want to do is, if anyone has any comments, please put them in the chat and we'll talk about them. I have a question that I'm going to throw out. If anyone would like to answer, that would be fantastic. And my question is, how can you implement what you learned today when you into your sisterhoods, or if you're planning a sisterhood event, or how can you implement anything that we've learned today into your sisterhood to help with sustainability? Okay, so let's start with Esther. If you can unmute.
Hi. Yeah, I think that our synagogue definitely tried to introduce composting, and we did it for a while. But the problem is that, this was pre-pandemic, when we were having a lot of events in person and generating food waste. But then since the pandemic started, unfortunately, we don't have that many food events, but when we do have events with food, people are going towards takeout containers and also pre-wrapped food items, and it's somewhat discouraging right now. In my that's how I feel, kind of. So I guess my idea would be to have our synagogue selling takeout containers that people can reuse, like metal ones or something. The only issue there is that people would have to remember to bring them, and then of course if it's Shabbat, some people don't like to carry. And then, of course, they might not be kosher. So it's a thorny problem. And I just wanted to throw that out there.
I love it. Thank you. That would be amazing. And before I forget, please, 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 you all know what my pet peeve is. Plastic water bottles. I have never and will never drink out of plastic water bottle. You've heard where they land up. So please be aware of that. Okay, I know Trudy had her hand up. Is there anything you'd like to add?
I sort of wrote a little something. Anyways, there's so much that we can learn and implement. And as we heard from Rabbi Carden and Dr. Hammerschlag and you, everything that we can and do affects something else on our planet. There's so many connected layers. I think I believe that as we strive to become more aware and comfortable with the benefits, it'll temporarily take more time planning sisterhood events than we are currently used to. Some things we can consider are eliminating date, time, and location on event signage, allowing it to be used for future events. Printed paper will only be tossed out. Share the detailed information by using digital technology. Pre-print participants' name badges on biodegradable paper and insert them in plastic holders and collect them at the end of the event for future use. If you are giving handouts or gifts, provide reusable totes, lunch boxes, or trays, and make sure that what you're giving is eco-friendly. Some ideas when serving meals: As we learned, water is becoming a scarce commodity over the world. Don't pre-fill individual water glasses at the table. Instead, place a pitcher filled with water on the table. Serve foods using seasonal ingredients, so support your local farmers and producers, thereby cutting down on another layer, transportation, its costs, etc. Try offering plant-based foods. Ideally, we should use non-disposable products on the tables. Caterers can provide non-disposable tableware, the real stuff, or sturdy washable dinnerware that create non-plastic waste. Alternatively, there are many products on the market which are indeed 100% biodegradable, from tablecloths, cutlery, bowls, napkins, cups, and even serving platters. They are made from sugarcane pulp, bamboo, rice husk, cornstarch, just to name a few. Check out Amazon for more products, and make sure that your event room has a clearly signed waste station for recyclables, compost, and trash. There's so much that we can do, and as a sisterhood and a region, it is up to us to form a base, implementing sustainability at our programs, and thereby transferring the same into our homes and lives.
Thank you, Trudy. That was amazing. I couldn't have said it better myself. And so I'm not sure that there is time for more questions, but certainly I would love to hear from you, and any comments, please put in the chat. And even afterwards, if you want to stay a few minutes, we can even discuss those.
Corinne, do you want to look at the chat? Because there were a couple of comments in case people had missed
Yes,
it about, yes.
Let's have a look. I can't see it from where I am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, somebody, I think Miriam had asked whether there was a recommendation for wrapping for freezing other than saran wraps. And I think, and there was a suggestion that there are reusable silicone covers that can be used for freezing, and also a suggestion that you use order less from Amazon because they use a lot of wasteful packaging, etc.
Thank you. What
I think
wonderful comment.
also to support Esther, if I can just weigh in here, and not buying products from Amazon, it's also, you think of equity, the sociological impact Amazon has had around the world in terms of factories and how people are treated as well.
I agree. Excellent. Thank you so much. So, as heirs to a tradition of stewardship that goes back to Genesis and teaches us to be partners in the ongoing work of creation, we cannot accept the escalating destruction of our environment and its effects on human health and livelihood. It is our sacred duty to alleviate environmental degradation and the human suffering it causes, instead of despoiling our air, land, and water. And I'm going to leave you with a saying. And the saying is, life is not a dress rehearsal. There's not a second chance. This is it. So do what you can now. And thank you, all of you, for all your contribution. And I hope you really learned something. And please do not use plastic water bottles. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne, really. I mean, you've brought the topic in some ways full circle, right? We started out with the philosophical basis this morning, some foundational thoughts, and now you've given us some concrete actions that can actually be undertaken either individually or collectively through our sisterhood. So thank you so much for that.
Okay. I think we're ready for Kim Chapman's presentation. Auberge Shalom is an institution in Montreal that we've had for a very long time, as she will tell you more, but it basically comes under sustainability because they take care of women and children who have had to leave their homes for various reasons and try and look after them to the point where they are able to go and look after themselves. It's a citywide project. and it's always been our pleasure to contribute to it. So Kim is recorded. She actually is attending the conference, but she is recorded. So Mark, we could start with her, please. Please.
Good day, everyone. My name is Kimberly Tepperman, and I'm proud to be the current president of Auberge Shalom pour Femmes in Montreal. On behalf of all of us at Auberge Shalom, I'd like to thank Carol Burke and the International Northeast Region of the Women's League for Conservative Judaism for inviting me to speak on how the work of Auberge Shalom is part of sustaining our world. Whether you think of it as sustaining our world or tikkun olam, the call to action is the same. As Jews, we have a moral imperative to actively participate in repairing our world. And this imperative applies not just to other Jews in the Jewish community, but to all people. In 1984, Donna Kurtzer Rose, an observant Jewish woman, was murdered by her husband after years of abuse.
Oh, yes.
As the community wrestled with the reality that Jews were not immune from the horrors of domestic abuse, it became clear that had there been a safe haven for Donna to go, where she wouldn't have to give up her Jewish practices, she may be alive today. From this, an incredible group of women resolved that no Jewish woman should ever again have to choose between her safety and her Jewishness. Thus, in 1989, Auberge Shalom was founded as the only domestic abuse shelter in North America that could serve observant Jewish women. Our founders were inspired by the inclusiveness of Tikkun Olam, and from our first day, Auberge Shalom has welcomed all women and their children, irrespective of religion, culture, language, or background, into a warm, supportive space where kashrut and Shabbat are strictly observed, and a bed is always available for a Jewish woman in need. It is important to understand that domestic abuse is not just physical. It includes psychological, religious, sexual abuse, financial abuse, and social abuse, with the majority of those affected being women and the majority of perpetrators being men. And it's not a small problem. On any given night, more than 6,000 Canadian women and children sleep in shelters because it isn't safe at home. In 2021, as the pandemic amplified tensions at home, 18 women were killed by their partners or ex-partners in Quebec alone. That with a population of only 8.5 million. Back in 1989, the Jewish community of Montreal struggled to believe that domestic abuse was also a Jewish problem. It was a truth that directly contradicted the story that Jewishness builds strong, happy families and that Jewish men don't abuse their wives. I cannot imagine the challenges our founders faced in raising funds to build that first shelter in a community so deeply in denial. Thankfully, today, the world is a different place. There is a new understanding that domestic abuse affects all families, irrespective of religion, income, background, and culture. In 1989, Auberge Shalom offered emergency shelter. Today, we have a 24/7 crisis line, a separate counseling office, a specialized children's program, and an active outreach and prevention program. The safety of our clients is always our primary concern, and so the shelter location is held in the strictest of confidences, and every security precaution is taken. But once through our doors, it is clear that our shelter is a home. It is warm and welcoming. Children play in our dedicated playroom. Teenagers play video games. Delicious food is being prepared in our kosher kitchens by our excellent chefs. Women gather in our comfortable living rooms, laughing and sharing stories. This place is the beginning of their journey of repair and renewal. There is an understanding that every woman's needs are different, and so every woman's journey towards healing is different. Our dedicated counselors and staff may provide individual support, group counseling, or help in preparing for a new life. Sometimes that means accompanying our clients to legal or medical appointments, helping them find a new apartment, providing grocery store gift cards, new clothing, or home goods. We encourage our non-Jewish clients who may have no familiarity with Jewish practice to think of kashrut as the act of eating with mindfulness, to contemplate where food comes from, and to think about one's relationship to the earth. Similarly, Shabbat is explained as a time of quiet renewal, a taking of a step back from the fast-paced world that can benefit everyone, regardless of religious beliefs. When explained this way, our clients tend to embrace the experience as part of their own journey of renewal. Our counseling services are provided at a different location, at our Harper office. There, we provide follow-up counseling for clients who have moved on from shelter, and also counseling and support for those women who may not yet ready to leave their abusive relationship. A woman can use our services for as long as she feels she needs them. We also offer specialized services for the Orthodox community, support groups, and activity groups. These services help break the isolation that often accompanies domestic abuse and helps these women and their children build new social networks and rebuild a sense of normalcy. Our prevention and education and advocacy work is inspired by the Jewish concept of Medor Lador, the idea that each generation is responsible for the next. We devote significant times and energies into work that aims at breaking this cycle of domestic abuse, including school and synagogue workshops that teach young people what a healthy relationship looks like, and a children's program that aims to heal the children traumatized by domestic abuse so that they can beat the odds and don't go on to be abused themselves or become an abuser. As we seek to rebuild and find a new normal in this post-pandemic world, I encourage you all to join us in building a world where all women are safe. Talk about it with your friends and children. Listen and believe the stories of women who are brave enough to share their experiences. Offer financial support or help seek funding for women's organizations. And very important, maybe most important, include your fathers, your brothers, your sons, your male colleagues and friends in these conversations, because this is not a women's issue. It's a human issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kim. And I know you're here, so that's even more important. And it's quite a
Hi, everyone.
Hello, just a minute. What's happening? It's a wonderful institution, and I know there are others in other cities as well, but, oh, there you are. But this is the one from Montreal, and we're very, very proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me today. This is a really beautiful conference. I'm proud to participate. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad you came.
And I think Kim also put into the chat box the address where you could send, if you're sending your donation for Canadian
Linda, can you hold on? Can you hold on with that for a moment, please?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. It's Toby. I'll address that.
Where are you, Toby?
Here. It doesn't show on the program, but I'm also going to speak. Now you got me. Good afternoon. I know it's been a long day. Hopefully everyone's really enjoyed it. And remember, at the very beginning of the conference, we did 3 anthems, and one of them was Hatikva, but we have rarely mentioned Israel throughout this entire conference. And I'd like to just turn Kim's page over to the other side, not reverse. We both have front pages, and talk a little bit about something else. For years, those of you who have attended either branch or region conferences, when we walk out of Shacharit services, there's always the tzedakah box. And we're told that the money goes to children in Israel with disabilities for their bar and bat mitzvah program. So before I begin talking about it, I would like to share my screen with you for 1 minute and show you a little bit about the bar and bat mitzvah program for children with disabilities in Israel.
Yeah. No, we can't see it. Now we can see it. We can't hear it, but we can see it.
But the text is not legible on mine. It's tiny.
Just watch it for a minute. I'll explain after.
We believe that they have the right to be counted for a minyan and to go up to the Torah like everybody else.
Now I can hear it.
As it is written in the book of Genesis, God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. We developed a program of learning and preparation leading up to the bar bat mitzvah celebration, which today takes place throughout the country from Nahariya to Beersheba in 25 special education schools. The bar bat mitzvah program for children with disabilities works with children from different levels of functioning. Over the years, we have developed working methods and assistive technology that enable us to work with children from across the spectrum of disabilities.
Hopefully, at least you could have you saw the pictures of the children there, and they talk about the different schools throughout Israel who are doing it. It's sponsored by the Masorti Foundation here in New York, which is one of the offices, and then there are offices all around the world. And when we give our money to Women's League, it is then turned over in bulk to the program in Israel. And it started 25 years ago, and so many children have benefited from it. Those children, once they pass bar and bat mitzvah and do that, are then able to be counted in a minyan. So it is extremely important that all of God's children be included in that program. So when the conference committee talked about tzedakah and the difficulty in collecting tzedakah on a Zoom conference, we talked about the idea that possibly those in Canada could donate funds to Ober Shalom. It's a magnificent program. And those in the US could donate their funds to the Bar and Bat Mitzvah program. So back a couple of minutes ago in the chat, Ellen Haspel is the Canadian treasurer for INR. I am the US treasurer for INR. And if you could send checks to either one of us, the Canadian checks will go to Ober Shalom. The United States checks will go to New York to be given to the Masorti Bar and Bat Mitzvah program. So we put our addresses in. After the conference is over, you will be getting a survey of how you felt the conference went, and the information with Ellen and my home addresses will be included in that. Yes, you can give to Ober Shalom on the website, but we're trying to figure out exactly how well the presentations helped and make sure that Kim knows that that money came from Women's League Women, and that the Bar and Bat Mitzvah program knows that those funds come from Women's League Women, from INR, and from others who are joining us today from different regions. So that video that I started to show you is a 5-minute video. It's on YouTube. I can send you the link if you just drop me a message and let me know that you would like that. So we're trying to take two different programs and support them both. Remember, just think back to when we did Shacharit this morning, and the either the house box or the milk jug or whatever we used to use is back there, and you're dropping your coins and your checks into that. Debbie Green, you have a question?
Yes, she does.
Yes, I just wanted to know, do we make the checks out to Women's League?
The checks are made out to WLCJ-INR.
For Ober Shalom as well?
Conservative Judaism or WLCJ-INR?
WLCJ-INR. That's our checking account.
Okay, so that's very important. WLCJ-INR. That's how we make our check.
And in the subject line, you can put
tzedakah.
Right. When Toby gets a check from me, she'll know what it's for.
That will go out somewhere towards probably the end of this week. So thank you also. Thank you, Toby.
Thank you.
Thank you,
to
Toby.
partay.
Thank you, Toby. And I believe we're coming to, do you still have a question, Deb? Your hand is up. Okay. Yeah, we're coming towards the end of the program.
Could I ask a question?
Please, go ahead.
Ariel, I just wanted to ask him, because I didn't know that there was a strictly kosher place for women to go. And is it the only one? I don't know if we have one in Toronto or not.
As far as I understand, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
As far as I understand, it's actually the only strictly kosher Shomer Shabbat domestic violence shelter and counseling service in North America. I could be wrong. At one point it was, but it's certainly the only one in Canada.
I'm really shocked at that. So
yeah,
have
it's
to find
surprising.
Excuse me.
Wonderful program.
I don't know. I see Anna has a hand up as well. Anna, did you have a question for Kim?
It used to be that B'nai B'rith Women or Jewish Women International had a place here in Toronto, kosher for abused women. But B'nai B'rith Women or Jewish Women International is no longer functioning in Canada. So I guess we don't have one in Toronto anymore, but we used to. It wasn't a big one, but it was like an apartment, or an apartment. But unfortunately, we don't know, as far as I know.
I guess I can say that, as Kim knows, for the last few years, our sisterhood has been supporting the Auberge through a program that's been quite wonderful. And we were told at that time that it was the only kosher one currently in Canada. So I don't know if that's still a fact, but that's certainly the premise on which we've been acting. Corinne, did you want to say something before we?
Yes, I just want to say something very quickly. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think that it would be wonderful for the sisterhoods as a region to, within their sisterhoods, to maybe do something like getting people to donate diapers or sanitary products or things like that to Auberge to help the women. It would be a wonderful Tikkun Olam program. And I think that they would really benefit. I'm sure Kim would really enjoy that. And I think that if we made a concerted effort within the region, I think it would be a wonderful, wonderful contribution from Women's League.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So now we're making a slight turn as we come towards the end, and it's my great pleasure to introduce Cantor Heather Batchelor, who is absolutely one of my favorite people. She is someone with whom I love to learn, someone I love to listen to sing, and somebody whose insight I value very deeply. So I think we have this on video. Am I correct, Mark?
Yes, you're right.
Yes. So I'm going to ask if you can turn the video on for us. And this is a beautiful way to conclude our program.
Shabbat Shalom. This is a little musical interlude and an introduction to some of our understanding of the relationship of the environment and people and God. And I'm Cantor Heather Batchelor. I'm here accompanied by Toby Kimmelman on cello, and he'll also be playing guitar for us. You may have recognized those words from the Shabbat morning services from the Siddur. And that particular tune was written by Joey Weisenberg. It's quite lovely. And literally, those words say that the breath of all life praises Hashem, as if just by living, things are a reflection of God's creation, and they are naturally in the process of praising Hashem. And this is an idea that comes through not only in the Siddur, but also in the Psalms. And it's as if we're looking to creation as an inspiration for our prayers. And one person who is particularly attuned to this, of course, was Rabbi Nachman of Breslov. He had a practice that he taught of hitbodedut, which means it was a solitary prayer, a spontaneous prayer, going into nature and pouring out one's heart. And that prayer and his writings were the inspiration of this next song by Debbie Friedman. It's a setting of one of his prayers. And I'm going to be singing it in English, so you won't need a translation. You are the one, for this I pray, that I may have the strength to be alone, to see the world, to stand among the trees and all the living things, that I may stand alone and offer prayers and talk to you. You are the one to whom I do belong. And I'll sing my song, I'll sing my soul to you and give you all that's in my heart. May all the foliage of the fields, all grasses, trees, and plants awaken at my coming, this I pray, and send their life into my words of prayer, so that my speech, my thoughts, my prayers will be made whole, and through the spirit of all growing things. And we know that everything is one, because we know that everything is you. You are the one, for this I pray. I ask you, God, to hear my words that pour out from my heart. I stand before you like the water. I lift my hands to you in praise, and grant me strength, and grant me strength to stand alone. You are the one to whom I do belong, and I'll sing my song, I'll sing my soul to you and give you all that's in my heart. You are the one, for this I pray, and I'll sing So you may have noticed that in that song, she says, like the water, I lift my hands up to you in praise, which seems a little odd until you remember that in Psalm 98, which is again part of our liturgy, it's in Kabbalat Shabbat, we say, Neharotim chaf. The rivers clap their hands in praise. And so Nachman took an inspiration from that, and he actually incorporated clapping into his prayers. So we'd like to share another song with you that's inspired by Nachman. This one is a classic of Israeli pop music. It was written by Naomi Shemer, of course, who was legendary in Israeli music. And again, it's based on the words of Nachman, and it says, you should know that each and every shepherd has a special tune all his own. You should know that each blade of grass has a special song all its own. And from the singing of the grasses, we have the tune of the shepherd. How lovely and beautiful it is when you hear their singing. It's very good to pray amongst them and to gladly serve the Lord. And from the singing of the grasses, the heart is filled with yearning. This is Shirat HaAsavim, also known as Dalecha. Dalecha she'kol ro'eh v'ro'eh yesh lo nikud miyuchad משלו. דע לך שכל עשב ועשב יש לו שירה מיוחדת משלו, ומשירת העשבים נעשה ניקוד שהרואה. כמה יפה, כמה יפה ונאה כששומעים השירה שלהם. טוב מאוד להתפלל ביניהם ובשמחה לעבוד את השם ומשירת העשבים מתמלא הלב ומשתוקק. We wanted to share another song with you. This one will be quite familiar. This is the words of Hannah Senesh, who was a wonderful poetess who died in the Shoah. And she wrote these words inspired by a walk she took on the shoreline near Caesarea. In these words, I don't know if she was inspired by Nachman or if she was inspired by the words of the Psalm, but you hear the same themes. The idea that our prayers are woven into the natural world, and also a prayer that neither the natural world nor our prayers should end. This is Eli, Eli, set to music by David Zahavi. החול והים רישרו של המים ברק השמיים תפילת האדם החול והים רישרו של המים ברק השמיים תפילת האדם. O Lord my God, I pray that these things never end. The sand and the sea, the rush of the water, the crash of the heavens, the prayer of all, the sand and the sea, the rush of the water, the crash of the heavens, the prayers of all. So you may have noticed that we have a new person with us. This is my son, Benjamin Winkleman Bachelor, and he'll be joining us on Darbuka. We're going to return to the words of the Siddur, and specifically to Psalm 96, which appears in Kabbalat Shabbat. It says that the skies rejoice, the earth rejoices, and even everything in the ocean roars with joy. It's a reminder that we look to nature for inspiration in our prayers, which might be the reason that so many people say that they have their most spiritual experiences when davening outside. So even if you're inside right now, I hope you'll enjoy this and that you'll join with us even singing it. The words are very simple. ישמחו השמיים ותגל הארץ, ישמחו השמיים ותגל הארץ, ירם הים ומלואו, ירם הים ומלואו, ירם הים ומלואו, ירם הים ומלואו, ישמחו השמיים ותגל הארץ, ישמחו השמיים ותגל הארץ, ירם הים ומלואו, ירם הים ומלואו, ירם הים ומלואו, ירם הים ומלואו. ישמחו השמיים ותגל הארץ, ישמחו השמיים ותגל הארץ, ירם הים ומלואו, ירם הים ומלואו, ירם הים ומלואו, ירם הים ומלואו. השמיים ותגל הארץ. ישמחו השמיים ותגל הארץ. ירם הים ומלוא, ירם הים ומלוא, ירם הים ומלוא, ירם הים ומלוא.
Well, I can't think of a more beautiful way to bring this inspiring day to closure. And it's probably worth noting that both Cantor Heather and her husband are very committed environmentalists who are involved in a lot of local initiatives in Montreal. So I want to say a great and deep thank you to all the attendees, particularly those who have stayed with us to the end, and certainly to the organizers of the conference. A special thank you to Carol. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I'll let you continue the thank yous. I think we also need to say au revoir and merci, and we can pick it up, Carol, from there.
Thank you, Linda. I have one question to ask, and it's a housekeeping question. I see something that says chat before me with number 27 in front of it. I hope somebody knows what to do with that because I don't.
Just click on it and you'll read all the things in the chat, all the comments.
Oh, okay. That's all? Well, I won't do it. But doesn't it have to go
Once the Zoom ends, it'll be gone.
Pardon?
Once the Zoom ends, it'll be gone. So make sure you look at it before you end this.
Okay.
I think you may be able to, I think there's a way to preserve the chat, Deborah. Mark may know how to do that, but I have received, yeah, right, chats after, yeah.
Saved, but some are saved.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You know, when I was watching everything this afternoon or this morning, my mind went back to, I don't know if she's still here, to Trudy and Nancy Bloom and myself when we were basically instructed to take three groups of sisterhoods and put them into one. And we did it by telephone, we did it on email, and it was very formal at first, but we loosened up after a while. We didn't have Zoom, we'd had nothing like this. And one of the things I would like to say to everybody in all three of the sisterhoods or places and regions that came together, it's a real pleasure to me to see how everything has grown and how this baby has certainly come of age. And I want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody who volunteered, who came with us at the beginning and decided what we should talk about at the conference, who then broke into a smaller group and actually carried out the work of the conference. I want to thank Marilyn, who listened to me every day. And I want to thank Rusty and Linda because they were from last year. So, and especially again, I want to thank Deborah and Mark because they were so very, very helpful. And it's been wonderful to see all of you. The next time I hope it will be in person. And this has been a most inspiring afternoon and morning. And we've taken a lot of things away from it. So it's now stopped raining in Montreal, so that's okay. So all I would like to say is au revoir et la prochaine. Come and see us again in the flesh. And come and see us anyway, even if you're not at a conference. Marilyn, that's for you.
Well, thank you, Carol. I'm so proud of our region and everybody who had anything to do with this conference today. First of all, Carol, you are our amazing conference chair, who for the past 6 months has given her whole heart and soul into planning this conference. Lots of kudos going on, clapping. you're not alone, of course, because we have that
I
surprising
would say we have lots of help.
supportive conference planning committee all along to help.
And we have Joan.
And well, I'm not finished. And thanks to Linda Shochet, president of Shar Zayin Beth El Sisterhood. She and Carol did an amazing job hosting our conference throughout. And it can't be stressed enough that we could not have accomplished any of the Zoom without the talented Mark Odian as our technical guru in the background. Thank you, Mark. And thank you to also Joan Lowenstein for creating the beautiful logo and conference brochure and the Shachrit service and so many other essential things that go on that the conference needs. And also Toda Rabah to Toby Mazer for saving us from for those many technical difficulties that we ran into. But we're so grateful to Deborah Green, our conference consultant, for your assistance and wise counsel in all the planning meetings. And of course, thanks to our presenters, whether they were in person or recorded. But most of all, I want to thank you. That's everyone who registered and attended our conference. I hope you found it enjoyable, educational, uplifting, and that you will continue to support our region and come to our future programs that we plan just for you. So please stay connected to your own affiliate sisterhood, to our region, to Women's League itself. Our High Lines newsletter that's produced by Joan Lowenstein comes out every 2 weeks, and it's a great way to find out what's happening in our region and in Women's League in general. And if you do not receive High Lines, please let me know. You can put you're going to get my email in our email that we send out with the evaluations, and we will arrange, and Joan can put you on our contact list. And so Toda Rabah to my own executive committee and board members. I love you all. I can't thank you enough for your support and dedication to our region. And next year, we will not have a conference because we will be at an international convention in July in Schaumburg, Illinois, as we heard, hopefully, in Yirtzeh Hashem, as we say. We'd love to see you all there in person. So with that, I will say, Lehitraot, Shalom, stay safe, stay healthy, enjoy your summer.
You too.